Hello, YouTube. Hello, Super Robot fans. My name is Austin, and welcome to the Super Robot Wars Archives. Thank you all for joining me today. We'll get started here in a couple minutes. I'm 3 minutes out from my stream time, so we'll sit here and pause. I have crunched some numbers this weekend, and I have figured out a number of interesting tidbits that I would like to talk about once we get into the game proper. I'm also thinking I was debating whether we were going to be doing some tier listing on this channel. I know people are really big fans of it. I, however, am a little apprehensive of the practice because I think it tends to lack context. But you know, if I make a video about it, theoretically that context is with it, and like people still want to see it. At least it starts conversation. So I do think I'm going to opt into some tier lists. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that upcoming too. But I'm mostly just looking forward to getting back into this game. I've been sitting here on Chapter 2 all weekend, kind of hankering for playing. I did not get much of a chance. I've been working on some other projects, and as you will find if you stick with me for a while, the beginning of the month is going to be somewhat busy for me related to some of my other work. I hope it should not affect my upload schedule, my streaming schedule at all, but it might change a little bit of sort of the background stuff for me. It might take me a little longer to get non-stream videos out, but that's fine. Speaking of that, we also, as of this Friday, I just released the end of Super Robot Wars R, my first, like, full project on the channel, so that feels good. I'm not quite sure yet when we're going to be starting up our next pre-recorded playthrough, but I don't think I have a problem with maybe having that running a little bit concurrently to streaming, but we shall see. I make no promises yet. All that depends on getting these other projects done. It really feels like I could just throw so much time into this. There's so much stuff to do. Well, hello, Control Room Guy. Glad to see you here. We'll get started in just a minute. I want to wait till at least 4 o'clock my time proper, so I'm obliging my schedule. But how are you doing? Did you enjoy your weekend? I'm sure by this point, if you've been playing, you're well past where I am. Oh, okay. It's 4 o'clock, so let's officially get started. I think I set my phone alarm like an hour early. Oh, that is unfortunate. You've been just sitting here waiting like, where is he? It's quite possible I could have messed my time up. I'm like mid-chapter 3, so a lot of good progress. Excellent to hear. Glad you're making some progress. Also, kind of sick that if you're mid-chapter 3, I would like... That sounds like there's a lot of stuff to do still then. Cool. We ended with intermission last time, so we don't have to do any of that. Let me refamiliarize myself with what we're looking at. I think I've largely got it down. I've been playing with some numbers in this file. I've not progressed anything, but just yeah, okay. I think this time, this session, I would like to be a little bit better about positioning. We're trying to take advantage of movement earlier on into the turns. It's something I like usually complain about. I feel like I'm sort of wasting my time not paying attention to it more. I finally have the shop and can't wait for your thoughts on it. Okay, sick. Without any of the rest of the context, just like roughly speaking, when do you get it? I'm assuming it's chapter 3. While I'm figuring out. Okay, so we started doing the relics last time, and those proved way too easy. I think we're going to avoid them. Maybe we'll show them off at some point just to like see the missions, but yeah, chapter 3. Okay, cool. On one hand, we could get more pilots. On the other hand, getting to chapter 3 seems fine. I do think based on how well things are going for us, I am kind of tempted to just send into a main mission to start. Maybe we send into a main mission to open each session, and then we do some side stuff afterwards. Also, on the flowchart view menu on the mission select, it seems secrets aren't proper secrets and are easily unlocks. If you progress enough, those secrets become gray and say empty once you get the unit. Interesting. So like this one, for instance, Joe and Daba have a score of at least 50. Okay, that is, on one hand, good to know. Glad that we're like communicating some information. On the other hand, it does feel a little bit I feel a little bit robbed of the joy of trying to figure some of these out. But and yeah, I see that there are 2 objectives, right? This says aliens and drift completed. Presumably that's the one where we actually get the 2 of them and then get the score to 50. It seems secrets aren't proper secrets and are early unlocks. If you progress enough, though, yeah. So we don't actually know how far. I don't know how far we progress for this to become knocked out. I can't imagine. I was gonna say I can't imagine that it would just be the next main story, but maybe it is. We can find out. That's fine. You can live with my consequences, or I can live with my consequences. You can learn. We'll do the, actually, yeah. Ooh, hold on. This mission is the first part of a 2-part mission. When you finish it, you automatically proceed to the next. That seems fine. Sure. What the heck? I do want to use Sho and Daba. Looking at numbers, they are even better than I was giving them credit for before. Yeah, I figured by the name of the title we were going to be seeing Witch of Mercury. This is a long boy warning. Okay, that's fine. If this takes the whole stream, this takes the whole stream. We'll get there. All it means is once the mission is over, you can't select any missions but the part 2. Yeah, okay, that is what I figured. But that does sound like we're gonna have at least intermission in between, or like at least a section to save, as opposed to say like jumping us from map to map to map to map to map. Yo, wing music. Okay, a witch, a bride, an angel. Oh, presumably this is the angel. Okay. Objectives: victory condition, all enemies defeated. Defeat condition, any ally unit defeated. Okay, and this is the same sort of opening we've been seeing, where it's like, okay, this is unwinnable. Get out of here. The rest of the team will show up at some point. We've got no actual tiles here. We'll save Wing Zero for a second. This game is officially fully over. Okay, I can't wait to see what it does. That said, the Death Sight Hell has 4 abilities. I'm kind of excited. Active Cloak reduces damage from ranged beam attack by 1500. Okay, we've seen that before. At 130 morale, 30% chance to... Oh yeah, we've seen... Okay, Hyper Jammer we've seen. Jamming, plus 10 to final hit and dodge rates for self and adjacent units. Oh boy, I suspect I'm going to be using the Death Scythe a lot. And the shield equipment, yeah. What are we looking at? 155 sight is normal, and 125 mobility is... Hold on, I have notes. I made notes. Oh, but I sure didn't make notes about the robots. I only made notes about our stats. Okay. What does Agent do? When unit is below 80% max HP, minus 20% damage taken, plus 20 final dodge rate, and plus 20 damage dealt by counterattacks. Okay. Vulcan still do the same thing. No, it's 1 to 4 range to start. I think it was, yeah, because range was 1 to 3, specifically because we had to give her the part to get it to 1 to 4. Beam Scissors. I think it's our first beam melee attack, maybe? Or it's one of the first. And then Beam Scissors Chain Assault. Okay, cool. I needed to look on Agent. Plus 20% damage dealt by counterattacks. I'm assuming that means if we are being attacked and then our option during enemy phase is attacking and not using specifically a weapon that has the property counter. I'm assuming Agent is because he's Preventers currently. Yeah, that is what I'm assuming. That makes sense to me. But the plus 20% final dodge rate is a wild ability based on the numbers that I've seen. But we'll talk about that once we get into moving these two around to get them out of like the way of these enemies we definitely can't kill. Okay, and Hero, the Zero system, activates at 130 morale, increases the pilot's stats the higher their morale is. Melee, ranged, accuracy, and evade increased by morale minus 90. Death Scythe animation disappointed me, but Wing Zeroes absolutely did not. Okay, sick, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely try and show them all off. What I wanted to do was make sure we got the attack animation of everything, like at least one of every attack yet. I'm not sure if we've done that so far, but I think we've gotten close. Increased by morale minus 90 divided by 5. So if we have 100 morale, that's 100 minus 90 is 10, divided by 5 is 2. So at base, we are getting +2 to all of our stats. And then defense and skill are being increased by slightly more. So right now they're being increased by 3.33. So probably just running that down to 3. Okay. And like I know it's not turned on yet. I'm just trying to like figure out roughly what the map is. I do like the principle of this because a lot of these abilities that are activating at a certain morale threshold are like pass or fail, right? Like they're binary checks where this is going to keep scaling, which I am pro. But still hitting that 130 morale threshold is a rough feat. I think you've done as much as you can, especially considering you're on expert, where it's a bit harder to show off. Yeah, exactly. But that said, that is like kind of what I want to be doing though, right? Like I still want to be able to find a way to show off an expert. We can find a way to style on this game. And then this is the same. Okay. And oh right, yeah. And Agent doesn't have levels, so those numbers aren't going to be scaling at all. We have Focus and Intuition is good, but no way to gain SP. No, like, bonus ways to gain SP. He's got 79 to start. I think that's a little higher than average. 75. Yeah, I was expecting like 70 or 75 at this level. And Flash and Bug's like, well. Yeah, the like 120 and then 130 and then 170 seem like the major checks. Obviously 170 being the like big dynamic, bombastic, super robot checks, but yeah. I guess, actually, sorry, 110, 120, 130, and then 170. 110 being for the vast majority of weapons. There are a couple that are not, but most weapons are available once you hit 110. 120 seem to be for minor abilities, 120 seem for minor abilities, 130 seem for major abilities, and then 170. It does say 170 plus, so I don't think it's like the full cap. Use the school for the cover. I don't think I follow. These ones that have post movement, no, they do not. We've learned that destroying these don't actually give us anything, so let's just get out of here. I want to move over to the SPC as if there's terrain here, but there's not. Okay, so while this is happening, let's talk about what I've found. I've not like fully mapped everything out yet, but I have played around with accuracy numbers because that's really been like our biggest sticking point so far. So here are my, there we go, yeah. Here are my preliminary findings. Did we just get to gem everybody? Oh, okay, sure. Your sight and your accuracy stats are what's contributing to your hit. Your evade and your mobility stats are what's contributing to your dodge. As far as I can tell, no other of your stats contribute to that. Like, you get the +10 from, like, the accuracy bonus of your attacks, or whatever. Or, like, any abilities that say so will do that. But as far as your stats go, only accuracy and sight contribute to your hit, and only evade and mobility contribute to your dodge. And mobility only contribute, so sight and accuracy contribute 1 point to your hit. Evade contributes 1 point to your dodge. The mobility on your unit contributes 0.5 point to your dodge. I don't know why this one has been nerfed this way, but it has. To compensate for that, the game also, I think, is adding plus 20 dodge by default. You're always going to get 20 free dodge. Not that you'll always have at least a 20% chance to dodge, just that in the process of combat. In the process of combat calculations, it looks like they're adding an extra 20 to whatever your stats would be otherwise. So that means that any ability that gives you dodge is worth more than something that gives you hit, right? Because it's harder to get dodge. These are 1 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I should. Yeah, they're just gonna keep staying in this line, but. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's down one. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's down one more. I thought for a second that skill maybe was going to be adding something, but it does not. We've actually not been in space yet either. Let me see what our space terrains are for everybody. It looks like everybody's got A. Yeah, okay. So that seems to be the case right now. So, well, yeah, I'm gonna try and do a better job of keeping note of like how much our hit and evade is like in combat, so I can actually like make informed decisions about like what we're increasing. It does feel like increasing sight on both of our characters is still probably the play, but increasing increasing mobility does not. It's just like not as relevant then. Okay. This is a 71 hit, so if we move back 2 steps, that's being decreased by 6, so a 65 hit, 55 hit, that does not seem very good. Do you increase hit with this also as a just dodge? Was it Agent that was doing this? Yeah. Okay. But I think I've also been underrating Cross a little bit. He keeps scaling up as he gets more morale, which is decent. It's not a lot of points, but it is still something. So I feel even more confident about putting the morale part on him correctly. Ooh, good golly, that putting the morale part on him was the correct call. Okay, this is a 100 hit, so that actually doesn't help us test the scalability of it. But I think Callan can probably handle it. She seems decently accurate. Could we? Oh, we do have an Excel. Anina needs to be a way higher level. So we can put someone with a somewhat 4 or 5 range accuracy here. Surely George does on one of these. Yeah. We'll put George there. Did not think that was going to have range. We can actually, yeah. I'm used to the Wing Gundam having 7. It does. Okay, great. I don't even think I looked at the Wing Gundam's attacks. It's only at 105 morale. We can get there. Oh, he's got 115. Is there something that's giving him some to start? That's interesting. +5 to starting morale is irrelevant. Oh, I guess because we have all those morale increases after launching and then taking extra turns. Okay. But like the fact that he just starts on using his best ability is getting to use his best attack is like definitely increasing his viability in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can go here. That seems fine. I'm really liking Duo being next to these 2 spots to increase the dodge against the Tauruses. And we want to put Daba up here. I am going to try and use Daba a lot. Oh yeah, so one of the other things I was looking at, basically everybody has has more accuracy than evade. Though it looks like Duo is also an exception to that. Oh, no, Callan is also. What was I looking at then? Maybe it was just the relative amount of evade he had. Yeah, it's just that 160 is a really, like, 160 and 161 are good evades. Yeah, I'm just looking at all of the characters that have good evades to start. Right, like 149, 149, 150. I mean, they're super pilots, so, like, that's unsurprising, but the fact that Domon has 147 also speaks a lot to why he's just, like, not getting hit for, like why he's having such a rough time in combat. Yeah, and then we can use Shin. What does this for non-beam attacks? These are beams, right? Yeah, beam rifle, okay. Then we'll put the main character in. Yeah, that seems fine. I think that's probably not exactly the right positioning, but the Dynazenon can... no, we'll be over here to help support this group in case that's not actually as good of a plan as I thought it was. I don't think anyone else has a good 5-ranged attack. We could put Domon here just to, like, take some damage. That will give him +1 morale. He's going to gain 2 at the start of the turn. Or no, he gains 4 at the start of the turn, putting him to 116. So, I don't think blocking that will actually change that math at all. Accuracy is 157. Yeah, all of their accuracies are really poor. I guess we'll put Jiminy here instead then. Yeah, that seems fine. And then he can hit and run out of the space if need be. And then you can switch into the getter. Han for support defense. Seems we actually don't want him to get hit. We just want him to get the accuracy. And then this is... Yeah, that's out of range there. Sorry, I am distracted by getting everyone moving. I should be talking some more now. Okay, speaking of numbers, based on my checks, I would say 145 to 155 is a pretty mid-range, like, it's like pretty normal amount of evade stats. And where's my other numbers? I did not leave myself very clean notes. I guess that's it. I thought I wrote one for accuracy too, but no, look at my notes, that is not the case. But one of the other elements that I was looking at was that pretty much everyone always has more melee than they do ranged. So this game does want you to be really melee focused, which does track so far with what we've seen, seeing as pretty much all of our post movement options are 1 to 3. Though I do think the game still thinks that 5 range is the scalable. The game assumes that 5 range is the default amount and then adds 3 hit to each space you are closer than 5 range, and then takes 3 hit away every space you are farther than 5 range. Again, not like the most official, full, completely mathed out answer, but I think as close as I can get. That's not bad for the game being only out for like 4 days. Thank you. I got really frustrated that I didn't know what was going on, and then I just sat down for dinner, and then came out of a fugue state for 4 hours later. Like, all right, I think we got the math. I was really hung up for a minute there, thinking that skill was contributing to hit, because I was checking with the Combattler, and the Combattler has an ability that says if it's fighting an opponent with higher skill, it increases its accuracy by 10. So I was decreasing the skill amount by unequipping Cookie. I was like, wait a minute, he's gaining 10 accuracy every time we're unequipping skill. Does skill reduce your accuracy by 2 points? That's wild. That can't be right. And it wasn't. Oh, well, dang, I forgot to show off the deck. That's okay. He can do that next turn too, and then we can see it then. That's fine. Yeah, we can have that support over. Oh, we don't have a bullseye yet. Yeah, we are one turn away. That's okay. I would rather punch to get the damage in. Last Impressions, my beloved. Yeah, no, the song's really good. With that said, I can't think of a Gundam song that doesn't hit. Like, pretty much all of them are at least good. Okay. But see, this is what I was talking about. Like, at least I used this one, but I've not planned, I've not set up very well for where we are this turn now. But that's all right. So Domon's got God Mode next turn, which means he can start being relevant. Where do we start? That's not even that much. We're not getting that much dodge out of that. Hold on a second. That was 23 hit. It's 35. Is Agent not? Oh, because they're. I was putting them next to it as if they'd already gotten it. They have to be. I was putting them next to it as if they were already getting the effect, but they have to be below 80% HP. That's my bad. That's my bad. I owe it to the fact that we've not used them before. That's totally the answer. Okay, this goes to 45 up to 75, 85, 90. If we move Echika next to Hero, that seems... 90 seems like a pretty good accuracy, and I don't mind taking out one of the medium tier ones. These have a range of 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, so all the Euclids are out of range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, all the Euclids are out of range. We don't have to deal with them this combat. Actually, we should mark them just so I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because we could be moving up. Clear the... Oh. I feel like I'm getting more tiles. I'm pretty sure I thought I had 8 before, but I feel like I had more than 8 out there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, just 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Those are the Euclid ranges. As long as we... Let me make the triangles if we got range for it. We do. Okay. Oh. No, it was 8. Okay, I just... which one do we want to clear? We'll take that one out. Okay. Those are our... That's approximately our boundaries to not be in combat with the Euclids. Not that we can't be, but just, you know, want to keep it in mind. Oh, you don't like... Your post movement is 3. Okay. Yeah, like this setup was not as good as I wanted it to be. I need to get a lot of morale off of Cross early. And that was not the setup to achieve it. So I think we're probably going to end up healing George with Rain, just simply on the fact that he is the lowest. We can hold on. First, let's switch you to the Getter 2. Yeah. Okay, so here, while we're here, let's talk about this too. I'm a little disappointed that everyone sort of has very, like, everything is moved so towards the middle. Psychic Power is a very, very good ability. It's still really good because of the +6 SP regen. Let's disregard that for a second. But the +8 to final hit and dodge is not bad. That's like 3-ish levels in those two stats. But to compensate for that, Akira has one of the worst accuracies, one of the worst evades, and his two post-movement attacks they don't have the +5 or +10 modifiers to accuracy like most other characters do. So, like, yeah, his ability is good, but the rest of the parameters of his kit just really, like, the abilities he's been given sort of feel like they're making up for the lack of stats he has, or to put it another way, because they gave him a good ability, they decreased the rest of his parameters to make that ability then just like have him meet up with everyone else if they didn't have that ability, but also at like a normal amount of stats. It makes sense when you see the spirits Akira gets. Yes, yeah, I do think that is the case. I think I'm approaching this a little bit like Fire Emblem too much, which is to say that like bases are like far superior to growths. And I do think that is still generally true, just because like you're going to have this situation a lot longer than everybody else. Like than like the rest of the stuff you're going to get with them, right? Like we have this Akira the entire time, and whatever he gains later, like we don't get to use that now. Like that seems very obvious to say, but like it's worth saying out loud that, you know, we can't use those spirits later. We have to use our spirits now. So whether those are good later or not doesn't change the fact that we are in a position at present that is unfortunate. Okay. Oh, this support attack is relevant. 29-20, so that leaves us with 33-30. He's gonna have 10 HP left, I think. That's really a shame. Okay. Can he attack from here? Oh, but then we're definitely not doing enough damage then. But this is just better accuracy because we're still next to Ichika. Oh, but this is 100% accuracy. No, so I don't know what we're talking about. This is fine. Oh, no. It's 100% accuracy because I already used the spirit. I'm stupid. Yeah, so it's just that we need to use Energy Cutter. We can't use Jet Boomerang, otherwise it's not enough damage. So this is fine. Let's turn the demo on now. Not because we need to watch the right end, but just to make sure we don't mess up. Also because I want to see what's missing. 10. I did not see what he used that. I don't know what that was a reference to. Oh, 10 HP left. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The amount of times that I've said I was 1 or like 3 is wild. Actually, yeah. So here's part of my point with like I'm glad he gets good spirits later, but like if he has a hard time, if he has less usability now because he doesn't have access to those hits, it's all well and good that he'll get stuff later, but if I can't get him to that point, like that matters less then. Durable pressure punch seems... I think we're willing to risk this 75. Hold on. Did this say final? Oh, this didn't say final conditions. Okay, so we don't have a boss showing up after this. That's a little disappointing. Or maybe we do. It just change the situation. Not that we have intuition to spend, but we could spend to persist. I don't think we need to. Keep up my headphones. My friend a few nights had like 8 different enemies live with 10 HP that used to be so rare. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like it used to be a lot more rare. It feels like and that's what I was saying about like everything moved to the middle. Like a lot of the values here I feel like we're going to be more prone to just whiffing on small amounts, which is honestly very good. One of my biggest gripes with a lot of abilities and especially with a lot of abilities is people go, oh man, it does more damage, oh man, it does more hit, but a lot of times those don't matter, right? If you're doing 10% more damage and you're already two-shotting something, well, 10% more isn't changing the, you're still killing it in 2 turns. But here, leaving these little small fractions of HP does mean that you are, that amount is actually going to add up. So that's good and refreshing. Right, Chevalier Saber. Oh, Chevalier Saber is now a kill, but no. Support attacks do 60% damage. I'm just trying to figure out whether we actually care about giving Echika accuracy, though hold on, that can't be right because we need to move Echika over here, so ignore me, ignore that, but that was not the plan. What's George's? Okay. So George will get access to Rose Screamer next turn, which does mean we're going to be hitting a lot more. Okay, yeah, we'll get access to a lot more accuracy then, or not accuracy, range. That 1 point of accuracy gives us access to a lot more enemies to hit. This is not a good plan, so if we can get this Taurus down some other way first, then George can maybe clean it up. That's nearly dead. Okay, so I think... Hold on, this was how much hit? This was 78, so we can give that 12. That's 90. Okay. Then, yeah, that's gonna be post Echika moving. But hold on, who was that? That was this one. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. And then Heroes taking out this one. It does seem to want to balance the super robot pilots, at least the single ones. Teams of pilots are still broken. Yeah, teams of pilots are always going to be broken. The best thing in this game is the best things in these games are always going to be SP and having multiple pools of them, especially in the face of how inefficient our SP situation is always going to be the most busted. We can't get better accuracy, so and still get support attacks off. So this is still lethal. Let's save ourselves the energy, and I think we should have to fire on these kinds of things. 80% is not bad. One thing I do want to test is try and figure out what kind of RNs we're looking at. If you're not familiar with talking about RNs in strategy games, there are 3 phrases. Ooh, thruster module. There are 3 phrases. There's 1 RN, 2 RN, and 1.5 RN. And what that means is it's about internally when the numbers check for hit chances. And without going too much into the math, 1 RN means the numbers are what they actually say they are. 2 RN is roughly what we think the numbers should feel like. And then 1.5 RN is what we feel like the numbers should feel like for the top half of the equation, so 50 and onward, but what the numbers actually say below 50. And what I mean when I say what the numbers should feel like, we have this perception that why is that? Oh, right, because we use a focus on this. I thought I'd used it already, but I was trying to be responsible and not use my spirits before I made sure that was what we were going to do. We have it at 1. Great. We really like the idea that, oh, a 90% chance hit. That's, basically guaranteed. You can't miss that. And then we get really upset if we see that miss, 2 or 3 times in a row. But, 10% is still a considerable amount. So, in 2 RN, you roll it up such that is more like 99% as opposed to... That is a pretty sick animation, sorry. You Control Room Guy, you were definitely right. That, they definitely did the Wing Zero justice there. But, yeah, so in 2RN, 99% hit is, or sorry, 90% is a lot more like 99% hit, like roughly speaking. Right, we knew that wasn't going to be lethal. Someone else is going to have to finish that. Maybe that's a George attack. 1, 2. Actually, what's his post movement? It's oh, just 2. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, I guess we can get the combattler up here and get him involved. But then no one's doing anything to this this Taurus. All right, let's take a look over on this side because we've not used any of these pilots yet, and they could move things. They could make things some different. They could make some different things happen over on the left. Good gracious, this is one of the other reasons why I wanted to start streaming is because I just I live by myself, so I just don't talk that much. Like I don't think I spoke at all this entire weekend, so I'm gonna be a little bit more babbling. You can't fathom how mad Kid Me was when I learned that the game was actually lying to me when I saw the numbers. Yeah, it's like, it feels like it robs you of a lot of your success. It's like, oh man, okay, so this ain't, I'm not as good as I thought I was. At least that was my impression of it. It was very disheartening to me. So the Dynazenon Plus show is lethal, though I can't say that's a surprise, seeing as they're like some of our best pilots. If at all possible, I would like to try and take out the... Oh, this is a Luminous also. This one's purple. Oh, okay. While we're here, may I just say, trying to record data for this game is an absolute nightmare. It is so frustrating. So you see where it says upgrade level 80%? That is a lie. Pilots and robots just get stats randomly. I think I can probably knock it down to a couple of particular situations, but it's very frustrating writing stuff down. So like, if you look at the Luminous, right now the Luminous is getting plus 10 to accuracy, or plus 20 to accuracy for the beam launcher and plus 10 to the mega cannon. If you look at the Luminous in one of the relic missions, they have plus 30 to accuracy and plus 20 to accuracy here. They're admittedly different colors, but if you look at those Luminous, the same colors in other scenarios, they're getting plus 10 accuracy and plus 0 accuracy here. They have no abilities, they have no skills that are contributing to this. Accuracy is not a thing that you increase as you increase your upgrade levels. So I don't know what's happening. They just randomly have changed stats on things. And then the same is true for the combined beasts. My recording file, I'm using casual mode just to like try and get through the actual combat faster. So they only have a 4% stat increase, but they're gaining like 600 armor. And the upgrade level is, I think, in sight and not in armor. And it just arbitrarily has been assigned. It resists recording so heavily. I don't know what to do. Okay. We're going to take these tiles away because I think we're going to move these two pilots into the center more. And I want to be able to mark out this angle better. Actually, yeah, we'll take these away and we can come back to that later if necessary. Oh, I see you have to be like me, ADHD schizo. I just talk to myself when I play games or sing the themes, say the attack names actually on the second thought. Maybe don't be like me. I definitely scream some attack names out, but like whisper scream like if you do like the spirit music. But there's definitely other times where I will like get through 3 days and find myself being like, oh man, I haven't talked at all. This ain't good. That's 4170. We need more damage than the Dynazenon to be able to kill it, which I don't think we're getting right now. Yeah, it's close. That's what, 77-ish. So let's get the Dynazenon in here, just because it's probably gonna be able to tank whatever we need it to. We set Let's set this one low. And we also still have our assists. We can choose some can between the different Luminous units, even though they are just... Well, I mean, yes, they could be, but historically, whenever we have the same name, they have maintained the same stat distribution and just like increased pips of stats. So like, I've seen so far 3 different what I'm calling gray Luminuses, and all of them have different accuracies. So like, yeah, I will mark them down as different ones, but like, I don't know how to record that, and it doesn't say a different like name in here, right? Where like, this is the X Luna Drake, or hold on. This is just, it's just called, like the full name even still says just Luminous, not like Luminous Mark 1 or Mark 2. So as of right now, I have them recorded as Luminous Tutorial, Luminous Relic, and then Luminous, just no epithet to it. So I think that might be what's happening, is that some of the numbers I'm drawing are based on the tutorial also, and then they might just have decreased stats in addition to not taking effect of the difficulty you've chosen. But that is just like not how it has been in the past. So it is at the very least, it does still resist description, simply on the fact that you could look at something and go, oh, it's the same name, and it won't actually be the same thing at all. This does sound like a nightmare for the Data Gather Archiver. Oh yeah, no, it's so that's not even the worst of it. The tile situation is fallacious. We've already talked a little bit about how there are tiles that just aren't correct. The number of times when there is water next to a like dock pier structure, and there's just randomly an ocean tile in the middle of like dry layout is really high. But worse than that, but oh so much worse than that, is that there is a multitude of tiles that hold on a second, sorry, let me talk about this thought first. We don't want to dodge this. We want Hero to take we want Duo, it'll be the same thing. We want Duo to take some damage such that he can turn on Agent. So this is fine, and this will also weaken this. This will also weaken this so that the Dunbine can kill it. I guess we could focus to guarantee. Hold on, we'll focus to guarantee that, and if we take a hit, we take a hit. But we need to get the damage in. But just the inability for tiles to be easily interpreted is very frustrating. I've seen so far 4 different forests. That attack was pretty cool. It wasn't as cool as the Zeros, but it was pretty cool. I think that was definitely cool. It's a little weird to me that the beam scythe isn't out right now. I think that's probably just for like where his anchor point is, so his like scythe isn't clipping through the floor when he's not in space. But yeah, no, there are 3 different forest tiles. There's ones that just have like 3 or 4 trees on them. And nope, those aren't forests. It's just plains or whatever. That's so odd. There is forest that gives you plus 10 hit and plus 5 plus 10 defense and plus 5 dodge. There's a forest that gives you plus 10 defense and plus 10 dodge. And then there's a forest that gives you, that's listed as a forest that gives you plus 0 dodge and plus 0 defense. Why? Why wouldn't you just call them different things? There's so many different things you could call them. Forest, grove, glen, berm, bush. They even have the phrase green area for the parts of the park that are marked down. Like, why are we not fixing this? I'm convinced that the tiles thing is legit just an error and casualty of the new engine. I wonder if they'll fix it with the future patches. Could even get a good amount of bug fixes in next revision. I really hope so. So to account for that, I have on any of the maps that I've noticed any of these errors, I have highlighted things in red to show that I suspect these tiles would get corrected. If a tile looks like it should have something on it and doesn't, I have not highlighted those because, like, I could buy it that, like, maybe something that's, like, close to some trees isn't actually fully the tree. Isn't fully actually like a forest, doesn't have enough. But things that are like, this is just in the middle of land, and it sure is ocean. Like, that kind of stuff I have highlighted. But yeah, I do hope this will get updated. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they will do about updating like full phrases, right? Like they're probably not going to add extra tile names, I would guess. If they do, I would be delighted. Like make no mistake, I would be plenty happy about that. 1, 2. No, that's not. No, this works out fine. And then we've got a right angle for the main character to go into to start getting some more attacks. But like I said, also the terrain tiles just matter so much less in this game. Like we got mountains in one of the scenarios that I was recording, and they give you +10. Like mountains used to give you +30. There's just like no good tiles so far. It sounds Loki's wager level. Where does the forest start? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think we. Oh, we do. We've got the hand launcher. We can let the Zimmerat armor take that hit. The fact that we don't have better accuracy on the main character. And then hopefully he can kill there afterwards. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to take some of these terrible hits because of how I chose to upgrade. Yeah, I think we talked about this. We said this last time too. The combat jazz of mecha anime that's somewhat happening in here is just so excellent. Also, hold on a second. We took no damage there. Reduces damage from ranged beam attacks by 1,500. Okay, so these stacked in a way that is so good. So, shield defense activated, reducing the damage to 40%. Reduced it by 60 to 40. That put it below 1,500, so that did cancel out. I'm pleased with this combination. Yeah. Well, but I wasn't sure what order they were going to proc. Like, trying to figure out what order they proc in matters to me, too. Because I could see a world where they procced such that it didn't work out that way, where they went in the opposite order. That's still not lethal is a trouble. We can just hope to crit. The 15% crit rate? That's not the worst. I guess there's nothing else really to do at this point. What's up at our HP 2 if we don't land this? Way too low. Never mind. We can't miss that. Okay. Okay, this is lethal from the Dunbind. I'm pro that. So if we kill something else, we can get another cheer off. I know our assist is sitting at 0 right now, but we still haven't used whatever the cheer part is called on ring. Hold on, that's 11 dodge. What's Callan looking like in here? 35% chance, and we're also taking like practically no damage because of the beam situation. They're the radiant wave blocking. Oh, it's not just beams, it blocks everything. But yeah, that'll reduce a lot of damage. So as long as we stay out of range of this Euclid, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's drop these. Oh no, if we're gonna get in the middle there, no matter what, we're gonna be in range of that Euclid. Okay. Actually, hold on. How much SP did she have? That was not the button for that. Oh, okay. We could figure or persist if we take too much from one of these Euclids. Yeah. So maybe we just send her in now and kill. I was like trying to figure out a way to use the hidden away, but like we don't have to always use that. Okay, so let's make sure we're not in the range of this one then. We don't want all three of them attacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah. So that's fine there. That puts us in the range of 2 of them, but honestly, if that can fade 2 of those attacks, then I'm fine with that. It would be too simple if they just dropped an order over a list. Yeah, no, right? There's one of the things that gets me with translation and just like good organizational skills for presentation is if you say something in one order and then like show it in the opposite order, that stuff really, really gets to me. Oh, I should have picked the other ones. I forgot that was the only thing that George could have attacked safely. Right, you need 2 parts, assist cheer. That feels a little unnecessary, like giving everybody that like golden flash, but this is, I mean, yeah, Callan does seem great. I hesitate to claim waifu, but that's not usually my turn of phrase, but I understand the choice. She does seem pretty good. But that seems more symptomatic of both the robot being good and also just the fact that we've like invested into her. Not that I want to like talk her down, but like trying to think about like what's working so well and it's not. That does just seem like what investment does. Did I use assist cheer on Rain? Oh, I can see it down there. Yes, in fact, I think I used assist cheer on Rain. Whoops. I was not paying attention. Man, I would also be so much better at these games if I wasn't trying to stream. It's not a problem. Streaming's fun. But, I feel like a big old dummy trying to be entertaining at the same time. It's fun. Don't want to jump in here and do anything relevant, so when I said moving over to the right, I think we're good to the left. Well, we almost had a good turn. You blame me, chat. I'm not gonna blame you, no. I want you guys to be here. I don't want you to feel bad about it. I instead will blame myself for not like, I instead will attribute to the fact that this is like pretty early on to be doing this, but it's just a step I can improve. It's what's the like growth mindset that's not like time saved like in speed runs. You get the idea. Yeah. And they're out of range for everything. We'll block it. It's just time saved. And plus, it would be boring if like everything just went right. If we had landed that, this could have been a kill. Dodging at 80% hurts. Yeah, no, it super does. It super does, right? Because the 3G boys could have teamed up to finish this off. You have supported. Yeah, you got morale attack, not morale defend. So getting you in here feels like a bit of a waste, and also a holdover from R, and not necessarily actually how you work in this game. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think let's get them in a somewhat forwardly position because they can tank a lot, and it's not like getting hit doesn't also give you some amount of morale. Like that will matter for them. Yeah, and all the rest of these are a waste. Huh, I don't remember that like hulking walking animation the first time we used those. What's this thing's range? It's 6, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so George would need to be on the other side of Domon for him to help out there. He's not, so he won't. Let's put you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's put you next to Hero for support attacks next turn. And then main character can just pop in the middle here for supports. Literally the worst choice you could have made. I'm pretty sure someone else was in range, but I will take it. Now that we're into the fight a little bit, thinking about Agent some more. That ability, so I think this is just true in general. We'll finish. I gotta finish one thought before I get to the next one. Agent seems like a really good ability, but it feels like it's not on the pilots who want it the most. Having extra dodge and damage feel appropriate for how the wing boys scale up, and we want an equivalent of the feeling of like Seed, even though they don't have the sort of like genetic qualities that a lot of Gundam main characters do. But the fact that we have a pool of robots that actively don't want to take damage because they tend to be the squishiest, and no matter what, this is awful. Well, I guess let's try and dodge. I see no better. If we're gonna get attacked by the Luminous, they're gonna have better hit on us. So. I'm glad it's not a like damage threshold of. I'll focus on that one because that's lethal. Yeah, that's accurate now. It's not like between like 80 and 60%, right? Because that would be really hard to keep them at that position. It feels very easy for them to get to that lower position, but I don't think it's giving them enough survivability beyond that, such that it's like viable to keep them around. Like maybe we get them into an attack, get them to that threshold, and then afterwards just keep them in the back lines as sort of mini battleships that aren't going to see combat that often. Can give them a Jungle Alliance skill. Yeah. But I'm also, based on the fact that the Great Mazinger doesn't have Majin power yet, that's interesting that they didn't attack. I am also not fully out on the idea that we might be getting some more skills from characters. Though I guess it would also feel weird to give them a sort of like quote-unquote unique skill in the form of Agent and then also give them something else. Like that feels incongruous. But the design decisions of this game elude me. There are plenty of pilots that have no unique skills, and the rest of their stats don't confer any benefit, as if they're like, their quote-unquote unique skill is just having a default higher element somewhere than and it does feel like the game has broken a number of things that we already sort of had solved, like showing parts that aren't, like showing pilot parts equipped to units. Like we already had that kind of together. I don't know why we took that away. Again, this whole tile situation, like yeah. Like some of them get fixed, some of them will theoretically get fixed and are symptomatic of switching engines. But like the naming thing is probably not engine related. Just some weird news. Usually FRW will signpost someone getting a skill by having the slot filled out and being called question until the story relevant part where they get it. Okay, yeah, so we saw that a couple of times with Shin. Like Shin had that before he got seen. But I wasn't sure if that's true in this game. None of the games that I've played up to that point have done that so far, but I recognize that almost all the ones I've played are women. So, like here, for instance, so like this AI pilot is not high enough level to get these other two skills. or to have these skills yet. But, like, there's no way that's not going to have other abilities. Actually, hold on. To that point, though, we've gotten 2 attacks that have been added to the A Advent. Not that that's exactly the same thing, but 2 attacks have been added to the A Advent. And this energy link was not on the Luna Drake before. I'm pretty sure this has been added since I first looked at it. Because I saw this and went, oh, I didn't realize that was true. And I feel like I would have mentioned that when we first saw it. And there was no question marks here. So I do think, at least for abilities, we might not necessarily see question marks. But the question marks do tell me that it's not like a pilot's going to, like, suddenly gain, you know, leadership, like, halfway down the line or something. Because, like, in R, there were no question marks. Like, sometimes people would just, like, suddenly get a new ability that they didn't have access to before. Okay, Domon, you are now relevant. Who gets to die? That's still not lethal? Oh boy, okay. No. But those are max not pilots, only time will tell. Yes, yeah. Like I do recognize that there is a great potential for both of what we said to be true, that we are just describing 2 different systems. But then I can at least be like, what? There's some inconsistency there too. If I can find a reason to be grumpy about it, I'm probably going to. I just want good conveyance. Hero can't take damage and then move. Actually, hold on, sorry. So to exactly this whole point, I remember literally calling out that I'm like, Hero would be great if he had hidden away. I don't know if he's going to. It does not look like he does. So based on the fact that we don't have question marks, he's probably not going to get it natively. We could get the A Advent over here for... actually, no, we could be standing here. That gets us into the closest range one. That's 75, going up to 85, going up to 91. That's pretty good. And Domon could kill up... I was gonna say Domon could kill up here, but like the Great Mazinger probably can too. He is definitely, I think, the most bench fillery for us right now. We could Intuition to make sure that happens. Hero not having hidden away legit doesn't make sense given his character. Yeah, no, it's very strange, especially for a game that actually has it. Like, yeah. Though actually here's a point too, that question marks, maybe question marks are level based, but we know that's not true because Shin gained a question mark thing in the middle of a story. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things I could speculate on, but in saying that, I admit to it being speculation. So. Callan can take out one of these easy. Actually, hold on. We should figure out what's happening with Hero. Doesn't George have a support attack? Hold on a second. George has a support attack. We've not used any of them yet. We've not even taken a turn yet. This Twin Buster Rifle is here, but I'm not seeing support attack off of George. Does it only show you support attacks? It only shows you support attacks when you're moving. Oh, okay. Again, another conveyance that we have solved and have now unsolved. Why is it that way? So, if we... Okay, let's talk through this attack. This is decent because Hero is likely to get hit. That's definitely going to put him below that 80%. And then let's see what our dodge chances are around with this Luminous. I mean, probably not going to be good on the end. They're probably not going to be good on the conventional, but on someone who has a realistic shot of dodging. Nope, still 100. Okay, so turns out that part probably doesn't matter simply because it's close, so it gets to use its melee action. And that is plus 20 to hit, okay. It still showed a support, didn't he? Right, so it shows supports 2 here. And once I actually go into combat, it shows that my support attack is available. But on this screen specifically, it doesn't tell me that my support is available, so I was just like, oh, I'm used to it showing, like, some way indicating the people that you're next to can contribute supports, and nothing is being shown here. Support in, like, white text when you selected the target. Yeah, no, it shows you here. It shows you here. Yeah. We're on the same page. There was just, I couldn't tell where the stream delay was taking place in that conversation. Okay, you know what? What if instead we're going to work our way to the left? Like where R when they have the arrows? Yes, exactly. Yeah. Or GC does that too. It just puts arrows like all over the place because literally everyone has supports in that game. It's weird to see the Dynazenon not just like have max morale, but I guess we also dropped one of the parts that was doing that for us, so. We're not at Seed yet, but we are at Excalibur. Oh, hold on, wait. We can be next to the main character, that's why we did this. That seems fine. Okay, let's just start firing. I think we're gonna work our way from right now. Just because we have a really high density of pilots on the right side, and they probably all aren't necessary to clear it. Go back around to GC, but that was chased off by its animation in the series list is very unique, I'll say. Yeah, no, I get it. The animations are definitely something. It's one of the reasons why I chose animations up. But, like, the striping it as unique is for sure true, and it's also one of the reasons why I have such a hard time of, like, what series do you want to see in the game? Because, like, I probably would not have opted into any of the things that are in GC, but having now played it, I'm like, oh, you know what? Cool, I haven't thought about this series in a while, or like, I didn't know about this, and I kind of am glad I do now, so I don't mind that it's weird. I'm here for the weird. But I also get why it's, like, not necessarily what everyone would want. We're not getting the best use of Fortune out of Daba, but he's probably not going to get a kill Euclid, so let's just hand launcher this. And then that's 1490. Yeah, so, and we know that's we saw that a crit was already 1700 points of damage, so if Daba misses this, that's still cleared. That's fine. Like, Ryger, Baxter, Sasoriger, Dioja, Raijin, all series. I'm not used to seeing. Yeah, and those are all of the things that I want more of. I'm so glad that Ryger is in the DLC. But Sasoriger is definitely something that I wish was going to be in more games. Simply on the fact that I didn't use it that well in GC, and I would like to have a second shot at using it. I don't care that much for Dioja, but Raijin is like one of my favorite series of all times, which is weird because I didn't know it was until I got to Super Robot Wars, but I definitely had, I think I probably said this already before, but forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but I cannot remember. But I definitely had some sort of robot toy from a relative when I was a kid, and I had no idea what it was. It was just like cool. It was just like cool robots to me. But it was definitely the Raijin toys, and I grew up loving those. So it was just like coming home, seeing them again, and be like, oh my word, I recognize that lion. Raijin is in so little games. I think it's legit just GC and Neo. Yes, yeah, it is. And then in Neo, we also get the rest of the Eldoran series. So, Energetic Explosion, Gambaruger, and is it Ultimate the strongest? Go Sauron, and then the series that isn't actually technically out, there's just a promotional cut for it. That's like it's like a 15-minute trailer or something. That was supposed to be the modern adaptation of it. That was a Daiteo. So I guess actually maybe that's my answer for what series I would like to see in it also is Daiteo. Just like let that get like let them reboot that. I don't think they will. Like I think that's of all of the pipe dreams for seeing in a game, I think that's the most pipe dream, but that's fine with me. I wonder if those games being on Wii influence them to pick series they don't normally use. Oh, 100%, 100%. I don't know where I read this, so like take this with not a grain, but a boulder of salt, that a lot of the choices are designed to be more for young kids, right? Because like there's in Neo there's what's it called? Reunites and the other one where they're like they're Lamina's. Like they're 100% designed around the fact that they assumed they were going to have young kids because of those consoles. But like I think that's fine. Ultimately, all of us are just like playing around with cartoons, so I think we can afford ourselves the grace of being able to say that things that are childlike don't have to be childish. They can still tell us important stories. Yeah, this seems fun. I think let's just start firing. We are an hour and 15 minutes in, and we know that we still have another story before we're allowed to do anything else. Because based on the fact that it says Witch, there's no shot where we're not getting the Witch of Mercury from this mission. Just probably the second. Yeah, and then okay, perfect. And we talked before that we were going to get Aura Power 4 soon. So now we got Aura Power 4. It's not just for the stat increase, but we need to have Aura Power 4 to be allowed to use Hyper Aura Slash, and now we can get it. Now we have access to it. I think people realize that after their weird craze of dark, edgy, mature stories. Yeah, no, I think that's 100% true. We really did get edgy there for a while. The grim attitude towards literally everything was draining, to say the least. And make no mistake, I also think that there's plenty of room for those kinds of stories, but, you know, being deliberate about what kind of setting or what kind of style we're telling our stories in matters. And, like, especially for Super Robot series, where part of the promise is that no matter what, they always get back up, no matter what they save the day. There tends not to be a lot of, like, moral gray action, at least out of our protagonists, maybe out of the villains. But I think that's fine then to present those as more childlike, because right, like that's exactly what a childlike story communicates. We don't have to worry about whether our heroes come back broken or not. They are allowed to be real people. Or sorry, we don't have to worry about them trying to be real people. We can accept that they are sort of like caricatures of what we would be for kids, or like what we would like to try and be for a next generation. Really interested in how you'll react to the aerial. Yes, I'm very excited to see it. Because so far, Control Room Guy, we have, I think, only disagreed on one unit, and not even that strongly, in that I rate the Force Impulse Gundam, I think, higher than you said that you did. You said you weren't that pleased with it, but I have so far been I've been decently pleased with it. I think if we don't get other, like, cooler, more flashy stuff to upgrade, it'll probably be higher. It'll be soon on the list of things I want to invest into. I think we can actually plan out much more on the side. Wow, that's a lame dodge. I guess we got the dodge. That's enough for George to kill now with a second Rosa's Screamer. Yeah, we will flash. Okay. Do you have enough? Oh, you do have enough range to get a support attack off of the Getter. We don't have any other spirits to make that a little bit more accurate, but we could move the A advent here. That's giving plus 12. What's plus 12 look like? So 77, that's not a bad hit rate. On the other hand, we beam Hula Hoop up here, and then it's dead on a counterattack, but that means we actually, we do have to land it. The Combattler could go up here and finish. Man, I'm so used to this thing doing so much more damage. Okay, so the Combattler and the Noble Gundam could clean that up. It's such a sad sentence. I do want to get Echica some more levels to try and hopefully get Command a little bit bigger, because having a third range of this would really solve a lot of our problems. Talon kills here. That's easy, done, cleaned up. I guess there's no reason not to do that. This Mobile Doll dies to something easy. The Getter. Okay, so the Raiden can come over here, get an attack off. Hold on, let's make sure that's true before I say that's true. Oh, right, no, we were using the support attack off the Getter to kill the Luminous. So then we have the Getter 1 to attack this Euclid. Domon can team up with nobody, doesn't need to kill that, okay. Then Chibiti's got nothing relevant to do. Can Chibiti kill this? Okay. Chibiti can maybe take down that Taurus. That does leave the Mazinger to... Okay. So Domon takes here. Chibiti destroys this Taurus. We have the Raiden and the Mazinger and the Getter 1 to take out this Euclid. Talon destroys this Euclid. And... oh no, this is still unaccounted for. So... we maybe need the Getter to do this, and hopefully these two of these three two of Raiden, Mazinger, and Getter can finish off a Euclid. I don't think they can have it, though. I think we are one attack. I think we're like one attack short. Which is a shame, because if we had that, oh, no. We're going to be fine, because we're also going to have another cheer. No, we're okay. Let's start killing stuff. And let's put you over here, just in case next time. In case we need to get next turn. Or, if we get the Euclid low enough, we also might just be able to kill him on enemy phase. If at all possible, I would like the Combattler to get the kill. So we're gonna attack with that one second. Because I foresee we're gonna use that long term. Allenby's cool, but I don't foresee her also being a permanent routine. Okay, and then Twin Lancer, this is lethal. Next, Chibiti comes up here and hopes this is lethal. Down you go. Sick. Oh, he even Aura-O'd. Get some JoJo rep in here. I think... Oh, did Fist of the North Star do that first? Maybe that was Fist of the North Star first. I don't know. This is actually, wait, no, we probably have a bullseye. Yeah, we're not gonna get to keep any of this presumably for our next clear where we have to like restart. It's nice the general reception of the fan base to this game is very good. If it sticks to landing, apparently it'll be among the best to some people. Such an opposite reception that I saw the 30 get. I did see it was vitriolic about how 30 was received. But other than the like crashes and people review bombing simply on like graphics and things, it does seem like people are decently pleased so far. I'm happy that we're getting a farther reaching entry, a more wide reaching entry to get people into the series. That's good and positive. I think I probably was supposed to cheer on Domo, but that's fine. Okay, so we can Thunder Bomber on this Luminous and then cheer that to go to that Euclid. We even have a bullseye. Okay, perfect. Don't mess it up this time. I'm sure the rest of them are good. It's just like I can't turn down free turns, fam. Team free turns are so good. I did poke into Reddit and I did see that there is a assist that its passive gives you extra room, so that does seem relevant. Oh boy. I wonder if we're gonna get any organic enemies. Actually, yeah, so like the kaiju from Dinosaur, are they organic? And if so, does the getter rip a piece of machinery out of them, or do they have like a different animation for flesh-based enemies? I wonder. It does feel like the new era of Super Robot Wars is really good. I'm personally rooting for the fan theory for the game being the first of a trilogy, which Season 2 missing seems... which Season 2 missing seemingly points. Unless we get in the expansion pass, we'll surely get. Yes, yeah. If it's, yeah, I am pro that interpretation. If we don't get it, if we don't get it in the expansion, pass, then I do think we will see a series of this, which I would definitely be pro. That's a shame that we can't G-Bomber. Right, it's 2 to 4, not post. Oh no, it's 2 to 4 post movement. So I was just too close. Do we want to give this to the getter over like the writing? Actually, is either of these people going to level up with this? 31 and 41, right? They just leveled up. I think giving it to the getter is technically better, simply on having 3 pilots. We'll need to get the battleship closer. He can stand here. The getter doesn't need that space in particular. And that's a shame. Okay. Maybe that... Well, I guess it doesn't matter now, because we don't have another unit left, but maybe that that press that I gave to Rain could have come in handy. This is 3180. And this is 60, so that's 91. Okay. So it can die to player phase or enemy phase. And yeah, we're still getting Oh no, I don't think I checked Thunderbreaker. Okay, never mind. I think we're good. Have we seen this yet? That seems familiar. Yeah, we've seen this. Let's give it a level up, Tetsuya. Great. Great. And that's lethal. Perfect. Level 8. Yeah, pretty much everyone's. Oh no, Domon's 9. How fitting. Oh, you didn't get something at 10. I have been seeing that a lot of pilots have been getting new spirits at 10. Like the main character I believe gets something at 10. Plus, the sequel setup is obviously to Gridman Universe, as you've seen the sequel Macross movie. Yeah, we are loaded down with a number of series that have like very obvious setups. Oh yeah, so we didn't get the bite animation here. This is different. That's nice that there's like we've seen dynamic kills before, I believe is the term. So to see that also reflected in the kind of enemies we're fighting is, and not just on kills. Or maybe that is the normal attack animation, and then there's a dynamic attack animation when they do have when they have like a bit you can bite out. Okay. Is this just another one of those like how we had the Maxter? Yeah, it seems like it. Also, I'm a big dummy. It does tell you the attack, the number of units at the top. I keep moving around to count because I don't trust it. Ooh. That is not the best CGI I've seen in the world. That's fine. It has some MS Saga kind of energy to it. Dynamic kills are in the game, I can confirm. Okay, cool. I love the voice acting of Thunder Bomber. I unfortunately can't hear it because of my headphones. I'll have to listen to it so I can comment on it. You've got nothing out of the ordinary going on. Jewel Jetturk is a name. I love their character design though. Okay, let's take a look at the Ariel and Sunita. Gund format. For every 15 morale over 100, increase the unit's mobility and sight max plus 30. Move plus 1 and weapons attack power plus 300. Maximums are achieved at 145 morale. Okay. It doesn't... The fact that it doesn't tell me what the increments are per is interesting, but all of those sound incredible. Escutcheon at 120 plus morale nullifies ranged beam attacks that would deal less than 3,000 damage. It does cost 15 energy, which is rough. Okay. Yeah, so far this seems very good. Please God, let the Darabald look good. Is the Darabald like the enemy boss unit in G-Witch? Also, sorry, 175 sight is almost what upgraded sight looks like. This thing seems correct so far. Callan has, I think, 185 sight is the normal amount that you get on upgrading most pilots. Almost every robot comes with 155, and 185 is like roughly what the normal max is. Gel, Gwell, Geels. Oh, okay. Oh, so the Delanza is like, it's probably not a Zaku, but it's the like equivalent, right? Where he gets a custom version, but it's not like his like actual mech. There's their mech. Potential level 4, Lost HP, Lucky Star. Oh, wait, this is the same one that Daba has. Morale defense. Basically, okay, cool. And minus 10 damage. Okay, I love that. Yeah, it's regular guard. So Suletta does not seem that stand. Oh wait, sorry. I apologize. I have to look at her spirits. A 15 cost intuition. I think she seems pretty good. Units having barrier fields and shields is pretty wild. Yeah, no, the combination of these two is insane. I mean, I'm unsurprised, like, I know we have some standards in here, like we have the Char's counterattack, we have the Wing Boys again, we've got the G Gundam Boys again, but the fact that they're like, this is like the first debut for G-Witch, I'm unsurprised that they've pushed her so much. That feels appropriate. When she has hit and away, she is amazing and good to go. Yeah, no, that seems definitely viable. I do feel a little bit bad having spent it on Callan, but I've got to imagine we're going to get a couple more instances of it. Is still mobility down. I really want something that has counter accuracy down. I don't think we're going to see that, but it would be cool. 2 to 7 range. It escutcheons a shield. Curious to see how that's going to work. Does she have, like, bits that fly around her? I know literally nothing about this series. Okay, cool. Well, it does seem like it wants us to use the Beam Saber. Our accuracy kind of hunks for now, but okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess we just take a step forward. Sure. I don't think we're gonna have to actually like make this fight. Maybe we will. Without spoiling too much, yeah, bits basically. Okay, cool. We could intuition this. Okay, hold on. What? Well, I guess we'll have to look at the Lanza again afterwards, because I thought we were gonna have great accuracy, and we do not. I think this is what it wants us to do. Let's just, yeah. Oh, okay, I see. This is what I get for giving the story. So they're not necessarily the Char of the series. At least maybe they will be. But it's more like the school rival. I love her ultimate attack and her beam rifle animation, but I despise G-Witch's music. The OP is in the game. They just start using it for some reason. Okay, this happens so much with Gundam though. Like the Zeta Gundam and Double Zeta Gundam frequently don't get their openings. I don't understand why. This is like this music seems good, but yeah, like I don't understand why the opening's not here. Okay, they have 167 of it, and 125 mobility is okay, but do we just have really poor accuracy? Oh, okay. I've found the downside. Suleta's accuracy is, I would say, below average. I guess we are just supposed to keep trading these back and forth. Hold on, how are we supposed to survive this though? This is not a favorable matchup make. I guess we're not at 145 yet, so we're not maxing out on these things. You should be able to change it unless you don't have her yet. Oh, that's true. I could probably go into the is it here? System. I was playing around with this when I was trying to figure out the answer for what's the name of the opening? Is it this? Yeah, it is. Okay. Suyukuhuku. I didn't realize that was the name of the opening. Also, what an intense level of customization. That's a very granular level of customization that you can like have different audios for different attacks, which makes sense because we do have a couple of characters that get like attacks through supers, so we want to have different audio for that. Yeah, her accuracy seems... This is what I was talking about, though, where like her abilities seem crazy, but then they have to make the rest of her kit bad to compensate for that. So, will you use the beam rifle if you were in range? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you won't. Okay. Let's try to mobility down and see if that changes. I'm really mixed on this like mobility decrease situation because I feel like I've attacked the boss during enemy phase, and then they didn't have it during player phase. But then other times I've attacked and it has set during player phase. Maybe there's like a percent chance it decreases, or maybe it's like only on bosses. I don't know. It's called the Blessing. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm thinking of, is the English name for it. But we didn't land the hit anyway. Why do we have better accuracy now? They didn't have terrain here. Oh, because we went past 145. We went past 145. Okay. I think I'm still... Actually, hold on. We should look for... Do we have any terrain on this map? This feels like such a disappointing way to have to play this. I feel like we're supposed to be winning these a little bit more, but that's fine. Okay, we took damage. Great. We have the mobility down. Let's see if it sticks. It did. Okay, cool. And it's not that much better. Okay. I do like when you look at the pilot, it tells you the ability is active by glowing green. Yes, that is such a good improvement. Or like saying stat increases. Okay, hold on, sorry. That it telling you that it showing you that is a big improvement. But, and this is a really big but, some of them don't accurately show you what's going on. So like, the increase that you are getting from, like Daba gives you +8 to sight and mobility, it does not show you that on the screen anywhere. That's heinous. When we already have ways of showing you that we have stat ups through having Cookie equipped, we have +5 to skill, and it shows you on the stat screen that we have +5 to skill. Right? Like, that skill has an arrow up next to it. That mobility and that sight have an arrow up next to it because of the gun format. But yet, when Daba has an ability, it doesn't do that? Like, that's pretty atrocious. We are not winning this slugfest. I don't know what we're supposed to do. I guess we just, like, keep defending until we get enough... Yeah, we'll defend again, we'll get enough SP to, intuition. This is gonna, like, deeply increase our turn count, but that's fine. I don't have to try and wait to see if we get a hit, because we know we're getting hits. We can switch this to demos now. Okay, I have the stats from assists, but I don't get to use the assist. That's a choice. Demo. And then, yeah, Guel must be at something. I'll probably put potential. We need to defend. It's a weird fight because I could never get into my effective range from the better moves. Yes, yeah. Guel seems to always want to be using the Beam Partisan, right? Like, I did move back to be within range to, like, see if I could, like, lock them into position and then have the Beam Rifle attack, but nope. This ain't lethal yet. Okay, this is... I think I should not have been aggressive early on. And we should have kept doing, like, we just should have kept blocking. To try and get access to intuition, but that's fine. If we need to make some bad dodges. 2 range seems to be the most I could get. Okay, maybe we can take a step back then, because that does give us 3 more survivability. Yeah, okay. Zanen. Yeah. No, you are kidding me. You are kidding me. Do we really have to do the whole first part again? The bad ending Soletta does not steal Ghoul's wife. Yeah. Well, that's heinous. Okay, hold on a second. That's so mean for no reason. Okay, so I should have reloaded the autosave at the beginning of wherever that was. Okay, well, control room guy, a question for you then. Once we clear that, that puts us to the second section of that scenario, right? Where that's like theoretically we can only choose the second part. Or is there anything else that does happen after that fight with Well? Because if beating Well is the end of that first section, I don't believe so, just a one-on-one. Okay. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is the same thing I did before, is I'll just redo this part off screen. Yeah, I'll just do this part off screen and then have it saved right before we start the second part, the next mission, and then we'll just open with that next time. Just because replaying this does not seem like a good call right now. That is pretty brutal to send you into a like kind of no-win situation. Like, not a no-win situation. Like I could have thought that through a little bit better, but the first part of this mission is a two-part mission. Okay, let's do some non-two-part missions just to make sure we're not like bugged on time. Such a wild choice. That is so punishing. Yeah, no, it is. But I guess but like that's the kind of stuff I got to figure out how to get better at with this game, is like being able to assess how difficult it is, or like how punishing it is that early on. But we'll get used to it. We're only chapter 2. All right, cool. We got a lot of new stuff going on. Let's do the boring part first. Take a look at the map. Okay, here, like this, for instance, this terrain is called SPC. We had SPC when we were just in that Witch of Mercury map, and it had +0/+0. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Let's look at enemies first. This music is interesting. I don't know if it's coming through my headphones poorly, but alright, no abilities. 198 sight is like normal for enemies, like generic enemies, but that's still like a rough amount to hit. Okay, so these are the most generic of generics. It should be Asteroid, not SPC. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Like, yeah, technically we're in space. But also, why is it SPC? Why can't we write out the word space? Majestic Prince is OP too. Okay. Wolgaroo mobile weapon. Yeah, this is then just like the like filler next tier, and then these are the like battleship filler amounts. Okay. Chain of Command. This is different. All of owned forces gain a bonus to hit rate equal to the number of other units in owned force on the map divided by 4. Oh, this is the same thing that the Monkey King had. Also, it's everywhere, giving +10. It's weird. Yeah, it the defense mod and the dodge mod, at least historically, have been one of the last things that's been added to the equation. So this is not going to be modified by any of like the percentage modifiers, like having an S rank versus having a B rank. So just adding 10% to everything means that you've not added anything. It doesn't change anything. Yeah, this seems rough for HP. Full coat armor, negate incoming weapon effects. Armor down, mobility down, sight down, and energy down. Okay. That's good to know. But yeah, the 46,000 seems like it's going to be a lot to try to jump through. And at least their potential is not that high, but morale defense, we're probably going to see them hit 150 morale. And they have a map tack about that? Oi, 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 oi. Hold on, can we see? That's a pretty big range for having only 5 energy. I'm probably going to get ruined by that. I should plan in such a way that puts me in like a little bit all 4 positions, but we will see. Okay, we've got 5 units to look at. This is going to be a while. Also, sorry, why are these so much better animated than these? This looks like a PS2 game, and this looks like modern console. This unit and the enemies from across have stupid levels of HP even on hard. Yeah, it seems like it. The Juria system. I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to see this on all of these. Higher morale increases crit rate, okay, and the effect of defensive shield. Below 30% HP plus 30 mobility and sight. Okay, cool. Harmonic level changes as a result of combat, and skill, evade, and accuracy are modified based on... Okay, could someone not have reread this and gone, I'm sorry, does this say anything? So this ability changes as a result of combat, and some of your stats are changed as a result of this ability, as changing because of a result of combat. Thank you, game. How informative. We've got Excel and Intuition. Okay. Also, what does it mean by the... Hold on a second. I just thought about this again. Effective defensive shield max plus 400. Oh, I didn't read defensive shield. I just thought this was shield part. That's my bad. Reduces damage from ranged attack by 1,000. Improves by Juria system max 400. Activates the end cost 500. Our first squad, there is an eventual combo attack, but I don't remember if you need to field all of them. Usually I just field red 5 of NA. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised we've not seen any combo attacks yet. We could have seen one between Domon and Rain, but we just don't get them yet because like Sekihao level up and Kyogen is supposed to be potent. But yeah, I know people also get really jazzed about the combo attacks. They're like flashy animation-wise cool, but don't know if they're the most effective thing on the planet. Okay, so all of these pilots are, well, most of these pilots are roughly speaking the same. Right, everyone's got Juria system, everyone's got harmonic, everyone's got defensive. So we're looking at difference of stats of robots then. 1600, 1600, 1700, 1700. Okay, so we have 2 high armor. We got 2 that have higher armor, 2 that have middle armor, and 1 that is lower. 120 mobility, 120, 115, 110, 110. Okay, so that same mixed situation of like slight increases. And then Gold just has higher accuracy, which makes sense because he seems like he's the weapons expert. This cat child. Combo attacks tend to be super insane power, so they tend to be mid-game or late-game. That's my assumption for Rain and Domon. They are confirmed to have 1, I know that much. I would be really surprised if they didn't have 1. Yeah, they definitely seem more relevant later on, but the fact that you can't support attack off of the person who's standing next to you, at least in the past you've not been able to, maybe you've hit this, does detract from them a little bit, and also spends like resources on both people, where an extra like 1,000 power seems to be worse than if I just gotten to use a 1,000, like a support attack that uses both people's resources that is slightly more damaging seems worse to me than getting to take 2 turns of a little bit less power, assuming that the cost of the support attack is like enough that you don't get to use the support attack on someone else. Sorry, not support attack, combo attack on somebody else. Your striker, your sniper, your rush, your analyzer, your dodgy striker. Yeah, that is sort of the sense that I was getting from them. I mean, he literally has the word snipe attached to him. +2 ranged and on map. Cool, I'm glad this is in the game. This is I typically like this skill. And then also hit and run. That's sort of what I was expecting off of Hero. I guess we're not looking at their. I guess we also not looking at their attacks yet. Maybe that's like the most defining part about them. Yeah. So the heavy machete being just available from the start seems decent. But actually, looking at these attacks too, like, we're seeing plenty of attacks that are hitting like 6,000 power. Admittedly, they need high morale, but I'm going to assume that probably our combination attacks probably also have a high morale cost. Like, are they going to have base 10,000 power? Like, we'll see. Okay. What have you got? You've got... hold on, how much morale do you start with? 106. Plus 5 max morale. I guess because we already have the, we've got bits that are giving people morale a couple of different ways. So the Assault Blade being 105 is not that bad to start. Okay. I believe the modern game changes where you don't need both members fielded, but the trade-off is the power is decreased. But if they are fielded, I think they still have to be next to each other. Interesting. Okay. That does make them a little bit more viable. I'm curious. So, like, obviously orthogonally adjacent works, but at least in something like R or GC, you could be, like, this position would also still count for making a combo attack. Diagonally adjacent would also still work. I'm curious if that's true here. What does this very feminine-coded robot do? Not a lot. This feels underwhelming. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but... I guess this doesn't have a morale cost? It has 4 range instead of... Okay, I guess it has 4 range. Okay, we'll see. Maybe that's like I need to play with it to find out. And you've got no post movement attack because you got hit in the way. Usually the kind of unit that I do not like to use, but 8 range is definitely tempting. And okay, you've got a couple of other abilities on you. We have wide-ranged strategic recon. Command activates the Analyze Spirit on every enemy on the map. It can only be used once per map. Oh, that seems rather relevant. And jamming, plus 10 final hit dodge rates for self and adjacent units. Okay, so this is what I was trying to act like Ancient was doing. It's obviously worse than Ancient considerably, but it activates immediately, so I like it a little bit more. People like her mech for her insane movement and spirits. It was just a way to farm money in 30 when there was an item that gave money for every square moved. An item for every square moved sounds like something I would absolutely love. I guess I didn't look at her movement. I should look at her movement then, maybe. And then, yeah, lower damage. Okay. That's fine. 6, 6, 6. Okay, 7. I was really hoping that was going to say 8, but I guess she has a full... So, oh, actually, yeah, here. A word I would like to add into the series, into our conversation, is reach, which is movement plus range, right? So, like, her reach is 11 right now. And it could be 14 if we spend an Excel, but spending the Excels is so much harder. The fact that Excel in this is 20 and not, like, the 5 that I'm used to is so steep. But a 5 cost cheaper Dawn is not bad. 7 with Excel, yeah. But like, that's an inconsistent amount. Like, we're maybe gonna get an Excel off, like, we get an Excel off once every 4 turns, and we're seeing, like, most of these stages are taking, like, 6 to 7 turns. So, that's only going to be 1 extra turn of that movement. So, that's what, 10? That's a reach of 14. Which is like that's a great reach, but just it's an inconsistent amount. That's a ton of damage earlier. Did he just have like really poor armor? Oh yeah, okay. Their armor does just kind of hop. Okay. I am happy having the Dynazenon soften 1 up for us. I mean, not that the Dynazenon doesn't like do a lot of damage though. Oh, we don't open with a Mercy. That's fine. Okay. Well, okay. I think we're gonna save Analyze probably for 1 or 2 turns from now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like such an atrocious hit. Yeah, these hits are real bad. Amazing start. Yeah, I know. Just reset this one. No. They only have a 4 range. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're just gonna do roughly this formation. That seems to be kind of the idea, I think, of these pilots. We're doing. I mean, I guess they're not upgraded. We're just not doing anything. I got the back animations on. I'm surprised that one of these does not have like a repair or a resupply. Maybe they do. I just missed it. The MJP heavily rely on spirits and IG jamming because they have uploaded. Yeah, they. It feels like I'm going to be fighting upwards to make them usable.
ウルガルの野望は僕たちが打ち砕く接近戦で勝負
This has some like visual stylings of like Nearbash from Eroka 7 and like a little bit Aquarion, I think. The fact that you say that they're reliant on spirits and they themselves don't have a way to gain SP fast is a little disheartening. Sorry, let's just run on space quick for a second. Yeah. Eroka 7, absolutely with the mech faces. This costs 40 energy. The heavy machete is still a 2-turn kill. I think that's too expensive for so many misses. Is this going to be a Deus failure? We're just going to die to not landing anything. Honestly, don't know if the MJP units are worth it on hard and above. They do get 1 more unit and a combo attack, but payoff really isn't there. Yeah, so far I would say I would put them definitely on the... I'm not putting them into a tier list yet because I haven't even finished the game. But yeah, they seem pretty low on the pool of options. I said we were going to try and replace the... Finally a hit. Gracious. I said I was going to try and replace the Noble Gundam or the Great Massacre with the new unit we got, but I don't think these are going to be it, Chief. This does not seem... I don't want the Dynasty to clean this whole thing up. It feels a little bit like a waste, but it might have to be the answer. But once he gets a focus, we're basically 100%. These won't be on the 15 yet. No, I don't think so. Though, that said, like, I do think there might be a fun playthrough of this, getting these as soon as possible, and then just only using these and see how long it takes. Or like, I did say that there's a lot of stuff we're not using, right? Like, I'm not using any of the relics. If we toss these into the relic missions, maybe these will be usable then. We could have replaced Noble with the Wing Zero if we had one. Yeah. Okay, but this situation is also really awkward. The fact that jamming... I'm not saying this should be this way, but just like trying to talk through my thoughts quick. The fact that jamming is only on adjacent units does mean that we can't leave this formation unless we want one person to not get the benefits of jamming. Like, we could shift it around, but the fact that it's not 2 range does make it a little rough trying to maneuver that after the fact. Do any of you have... Okay, that focuses... Seems good. It's up to 77. Oh, I'm sorry. We should probably start with this cannon. Oh, man. Okay, we can bullseye. That puts this to 86. I guess that's what you're supposed to do. Oh, well done. I think that this is the point. They want you to move them as a unit squad, and then Red 5 can sprint off with his focus intuition. Yeah, that seems like I think there's like two directions. Either we do what you just said, control room guide, or we open with Suruga, attack, hidden away, get him into position for where the group is going to be, and then we can hit away up here, move K up in between these two, and then shift people around to these next spaces that are around them, and just like inch them forward. Seems like maybe also potentially the play. Also, I said it was going to be. I was thinking bullseye was focus, but it's not. That's cool. Okay, that's a neat mech design that head pops off and turns into the scope. Okay. So far, this is the one that's impressed me the most, but this is also literally, like, unsustainable. Seeing as that required a spirit to do it, we can't do that every turn. Honestly, the series is mad, but I love the mech design. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting. Kind of the vibe I was getting from this so far. Like, I have not heard anyone talk about this series outside of hearing people mention that it's in a couple of the Super Robot Wars games. Is K a woman? I can't tell. The audio's coming through pretty badly, but that almost sounds like a woman's voice. Anime face is also just like always very feminine. I can never tell. Yep, Kay is like the main love interest girl. Okay. I had assumed Tamaki was going to be, but now knowing that maybe she's more like a little sister character. We could intuition and you not? I think we already talked about that you don't have any accuracy spirits. Yeah. Also, the brains have the analyze. Yeah. I don't dislike this playstyle. I think the idea of this is really neat. That like it has similar energy. I'm sorry I keep making this comparison. It's just like the game that I've had on the channel, so that's how the comparison. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's the comparison I'm going to have to make for the time being while we only have so much to show for it. It's similar to how the Nadeshiko team was, where like you want to stay around the Nadeshiko to keep recharging your energy. I could really do without the game just like needlessly cutting into the cockpit to hypersexualize one of our female characters. We could really do without that. I came here for robots. Lucky is very much ditzy little sister energy. She's obsessed with hot guys, like Gold5's pilot is obsessed with hot. Like Gold5's pilot is obsessed with hot girls. Ugh. I can't be bothered. No wonder I haven't heard of the series. It's so much harder. It feels so much harder to watch recent anime anymore. I have that reaction is accurate. Yeah. I have literally zero problems with sexuality being present in our characters. In fact, I think it's a good thing to let our stories talk about that. But just like, you know, give our characters some agency. let them be real people. If a real person was like that, they just wouldn't be. So, you know, just because they're on paper does not mean that people aren't going to like see themselves through them. So it would be pretty heckin' cool if we could let people be people. It's the most anime to ever Mecha anime. You've seen those archives before everywhere. They do nothing new with them. Yeah, okay, yeah. That said, I mean, at least not this game. I feel like I still think there's much more I can do to express my ick. But I don't mind the idea of being very archetypical. Like, history has shown us that archetype is a tried and true valuable asset to storytelling, but that's the kind of story that requires you to execute it really well. You're not going to like do something new or dynamic with it. They're all genetically engineered babies who have no memories of their childhood, so there's that. I mean, that's just like one step removed from a very archetypical, very stereotypical. But my protagonist has amnesia, so they can be the inserts that you feel like you could be the main character and also be new to the world that you don't know. The Dynazandon's attack makes so much more sense if it's attacking where it like jumps in and like lands. But for it to be the counterattack after it's been standing there is so funny looking. Well, I was really excited to have the potential for up to 5, or I guess like you said, 6 new squad members on the team, but yeah, they seem unlikely to get a spot out of me. But we'll get through this quick. I do think it said final conditions already. It's just gonna be the 46. Also, as far as the pilots, I have bad news. If you've ever dabbled in the OG console games, this is very much the standard for ages. Talon is actually tame compared to other appearances. Yeah, no, I do know that to be the case. I definitely turned the attack animations off on T because we also just got like the amount of jiggle every time an attack happened was so unnecessary. I also recognize that I am very much in it. Oh wow, okay, that's a lot of reinforcements. Maybe just story reinforcements. I recognize that I am probably an outlier in that case, but I'm still going to make my grumbles and still make my case. We get 10. We have what? We don't have 10. We're definitely taking those 2. I want to take Shin. So we get one of these 5. I guess it's going to be the getter. I would gladly sub out the rest of the team for the new MJPs. Okay. I was like, at some point we definitely have to get the rest of the cast to show up. It's also I don't think I want to waste one of the really good attacks on this. It's also really heinous that they take the main character out of position like this for a story cutscene. Like, if we're so squad based and you're just like, nah, no, don't do the thing that we designed the robots to do. There's a healthy balance to be struck. Good news though, so far this game seems to not do that aspect, except for Tamaki, who was a holdover from 30. That's good to hear. I'm not seeing everybody yet, obviously, but I am very pro us trying to avoid that animation when at all possible. I don't think the MJP will never get experience again. Yes, exactly. Yeah. They're all going back to the gym. That's probably not wholly true. Like, I'll probably, if we can make relevant attacks with them, they'll do something. But... Okay. Well, hold on. This seems relevant. Why are we taking 0 damage? Damage range attacks by 1,000, so up to 1,400. The fact that I don't know how much that's increasing by is not ideal, but I guess 1,400 is like roughly what they were doing before. But the fact that our pilot like needs to take some time to look good against like the generics is not that impressive. That said, we have not seen a lot of pilots show 0 damage. So as much as I don't want to give him credit, I do have to give him credit a little bit. We can shoot down, but that's so expensive. I think just 2 hitting these is probably gonna be okay. Very funny because they are known to fail 5 underdog vibes. You can be active. I can't remember what the spirit is, but I don't know if that's relevant. Oh, you had be active. Sorry, yeah. That's bullseye. So that's why we're getting the 100 hit. It's also only 79 hit. I'm not going to waste the full burst. I'm guessing MJP is probably new. It feels like it's on the newer side, but it does feel like it has a lot of very, like, new anime design today. Something beam. Yeah, I didn't see the Dynazenon Kaiju showed up. We might even get a chance to find out whether or not the Getter is gonna like tear a flesh bit off of it or not. I guess they're kind of still connected. I am just so much more tempted to watch Dynazenon though. Right, so like, I feel like the Dynazenon does fit into some amount of tropiness, but I think it does it in a good way. Like they're recognizable character qualities, but they still feel like they are people, or they still feel like something interesting is happening. I don't think we can take it. We can't take a couple of these. I guess we just hope that they don't come over here more. I do see that we're getting the villains from Dynazenon, it looks like, in the is that I have seen but not watched, like I've seen the title of, but not watched the clips of. I believe that's called Instance Domination. When they can like turn into or take over or destroy the kaiju. Dynazenon has such a great human side IMO. It's just it really adds to why I love it. And all the MCs get thoroughly fleshed out. That's like that's exactly what I want out of characters. Oh, maybe he's not like fully the pilot of all of them. The nomination is Digital taking over the kaiju. Yeah, okay, cool. I think I've seen some of these characters like in some key art posing doing the like Vulcan V hand sign. I'm guessing that's probably that. Speaking of the like beginner's traps situation though, like this feels like a pretty bad setup, and I definitely would not have wanted to trigger that reinforcement on enemy phase if I could have helped it. Actually, yeah, so is he just giving dialogue? Okay, yeah, no, the Shalbandes is still the pilot, so he must just be giving dialogue for them. I figure if we actually like, get to see them as the pilot for the kaiju, they're probably going to be like real tough then. We can open with Kallen. She just isn't gonna have, yeah, I think this makes sense. She's not gonna have much else to do. And I think the Dynazenon has that top part sorted. Plus whatever Red 5, whatever we get out of Red 5 there. Because I think based on how the abilities are activating, that seems like a permanent situation, not just like a one-time with these spirits. Actually, to that point, hold on. Let's take a look at that first to make sure before I start committing too hard. Yeah, okay. That is what I expected. So I'm sure it won't be 0 against you, but it'll be pretty low. Okay, yeah. That seems like the victory conditions for them. Oh. That's fine. He wasn't gonna do anything else anyway, but I just would have liked. I hate whenever it eats the single circle press 2 times. Like one of the pilots who is a shut-in looking for a sub has a whole subplot about a childhood friend who he meets up with after time has passed and she is married and everything, but keeps inviting him out and having dinner with him. Then one time she invites her husband to join them. It's such a fascinating human. Yeah, no, that feels, I hesitate to use the word like realistic because it's definitely still like, it is hyperbolized in a way that is recognizably a situation that we feel like we're like, oh, I could go through that, or I know someone who has gone through that, or I'm like, I'm sure that's what would happen if I went to try to start like finding a date. Yeah, no, that feels appropriately in the like moral kind of feeling. We don't get to see this again. Can the Dunbine kill? No, it doesn't quite have enough power yet. Oh right, we got the orb power level from the mission that we didn't actually do. That's not very good. Okay, we'll have I guess we can have the Raiden tank the last of this, and then yeah, someone else can finish it off. Oh no, that is what Dinosaur is all out as well as you can get with the anime teens adults. The episode's such a short and great watch, highly recommended. It has a great dub. That's good too. I am always really pleased whenever we are like trying to be thoughtful about our dubs. I'm never gonna. I think the subs versus dubs argument is unhelpful at getting more support for being able to be like, yeah, no, the voice cast is like actually trying to produce something, like real work is happening here is always so. That's easy and I think we're just gonna need to full set the MJP back here. What's Domon looking like? Oh, okay, he's at Hyper Mode next turn. Rain can fix up the Getter, seeing as it hasn't acted yet. And we can still send that, and that's maybe risky to... This is maybe risky. We switch to... Hold on, we can switch to 3. Sorry, Con. And... That's still 2060? Hold on. I think this said it was 2060 also. Oh, no, okay. That's actually not that much difference. I think we just send here, we can block if we need to. Dub also has the problem where it feels like it's almost the same 5 voice actors all doing the same one voice they're known for. Japan really benefits from how serious VAs are taken. That is, no, that's 100%. That's 100%. It's like you see this. I learned about this especially through whenever a VA would die, and then the like amount of ceremony they went through of trying to respect that character being voiced in the next production for like how they were being voiced. But it's like it's because there's so much practice and emphasis around people being able to play a very specific kind of role really well. The like switch from switch from Japanese to English studios whenever it's like, okay, well we want a different sound, just we'll hire someone new. That's like such a common practice there because everyone is so dedicated to being able to do their like the elements that they do really well. But when you can't, then you like get a different professional to do it. And I guess these are just normal. We can't even like full set. We don't have Excels, but that's fine. Oh, she's got an Excel. Great. And now up here. So these three are dead to enemy phase. Yes, those three are dead to enemy phase, so there's no reason to hit those now. I am happy to conflagration this and just get this out of here. Japan is also notorious for not dubbing people. It happens in SRW, and SRWA main character in the AG series died, and we likely won't see her ever again because they won't recast her iconic voice. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I mind that practice. I am always pro like getting fresh stuff, getting a new attempt at any characters seems fine by me. And it's not like we can't go back and replay those games again if we're like really hankering for the old.
おお、先輩たちまた勝っとる。
And we can full burst mode. That's 60. That's probably going to be the last one of those we get to do up here. We don't have any spirits. I think this is still the right call because it has the most accuracy.
意気込みすぎないようにね。いずれ。
気をつけるよ。K。
I don't think we've seen this yet. Oh boy, okay, we switched
Hero になる
we're
んだ。
switching animation styles a lot right there.
生存本能に逆らわないで方向性を。
That's very distracting. Also a thought, tell me if I'm overstepping law. Is it worth putting expert in the stream title? I know. Oh, no, you are 100% right. You are 100% right. Thank you also for checking for if you're overstepping. I appreciate all the consideration you've been giving to making sure you're being like a helpful or like a meaningful chatter. No, but Control Room Guy, you are super good. Super Robot Wars for expert mode. I'll toss that in there for now, and then I'll see if I can figure out like a slightly better format for that between streams. But yeah, like those are super duper the kind of things that's helpful to know that I like take for granted. If I see it, I go, oh yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Obviously, that's what you would do with a stream, but I'm not like necessarily thinking about it actively because I've never had to set it up before. Based on all of the criticism I gave them because of the like stylization, I'm still probably not going to end up using MJP that much. But the defensive shields are definitely working wonders now that we're like getting up to that point. I'll look at what I'll take a look at them again now after this phase and see what the situation's looking like. Because if they're also morale dependent and able to give you morale to open. And they've been given morale to like open the stage, then that seems much less consistent. The word that stuck in my head was persistent, but that's not right. Yeah, no, you're very helpful. I both, it's also just like encouraging having someone to talk to. I have definitely tried to prepare a couple of times like faux conversations to have in my head because like the conversational element of streaming really makes this flow better, I think. MJP seems morale dependent, which is bad when it's 6 units who need it. No, it sure is. But that's at least like I'm also willing to set aside some of my gripes with them for like the sake of mechanics and being able to say like mechanically there's an interesting question of how quickly can we get to that threshold if necessary. I guess we are just going to be using these full bursts. It's fine. Right, like how. Yeah, but I think this is like definitely something that I'm figuring out as we're playing a new game. That I feel a little disarmed by being unable to comment on the kind of things that I normally like to, because a lot of them are so dependent on future context that I don't have. I don't think it's a problem. Like I think that's like definitely part of the fun of. I think that could definitely be part of the fun of watching. Is like either A, watching me struggle or figure things out as I go. But I do feel like my conversation is a little bit stilted simply on the principle of a lot of my knowledge about these games and a lot of the analysis comes from context that we just like don't have access to yet. No, okay, so we can still use one more heavy machete, and then we can switch to the cannons after this. But speaking of it, hold on first. Speaking of analysis, we'll get back to that in a second. But that Ian Drain is so quick. Yeah, Red 5 would need Ian Drain and ability to make it feasible. No, 100%. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of pilots who are deeply in need of energy also, which is at least like different and interesting. I feel like so many times it's just like, yep, the super robots get armor and HP, and the real robots get mobility. Okay. Oh, right, because it took the energy from the shields. That's my bad. Focus. I think that's strike number 2 for getting got by defensive ability, like not armors, barriers, taking away my ability to act. But yeah, okay. So speaking of analysis, I do think we are due some tier lists about Super Robot Wars R. I'm sorry that there's so much about it, but like I said, it's the first one we've done. I think I'm happy to commit to doing the same thing once I have played and analyzed another game to completion also. But yeah, so I was hesitant to do some tier lists simply because tiering these games seem almost unfeasible. But like, you know what? Let's try it. Worst that happens is it looks ludicrous and people don't like it, and then we will know that, and we don't have to do it again. But I think I'm going to make 2. One of them is going to be a like traditional tier list, like which units are better than the others. But one of them is going to be like, I'm still workshopping the name, but something like a usability guide, something that is more geared around like, if you've never played this game before, which units should you pick to give you an easy time of playing? Like what's going to be the most fun? And for that one, we're going to factor in like unit feel too. So like, okay, this character seems cool. Is it worth my while to pick this? Like that kind of thing. As opposed to saying like these are numerically or like these are mechanically the stronger characters. Tier list could also make good content while juggling streaming the new game while not starting a new game. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's a good holdover to like wrap up the end of a game and still producing something while streaming that can like bookend whatever we're finishing to like move us into the beginning of something else. It'll be like delayed in this one a little bit because of getting started. But yeah, we could have that as the like last week or last 2 weeks after finishing something. I'm thinking maybe we have like tier list Tuesdays. I think for now I'm going to have the scripted videos. Like I'll pre-record it, but I could foresee in the future that also potentially being one of the like, if we're alternating on-off on Fridays, that could also be one of the things we do on Friday. Is the like, yeah, you're not really missing that much for the irregular stream, so we can tier something then. You can come back and watch that whenever you want. But yeah, so I think what I'm thinking now is we have a like choose which units should you choose if you are just getting used to the game. How well is this character going to carry you? Not necessarily is it going to be the most mechanically sound, but just like, does it feel good to play? And then I think I have an answer as to how I would like to deal with the ability to switch pilots and units for pilots and robots for some units. So look forward to that in the somewhat near-ish kind of future. I don't know exactly when it's gonna come out, but I was tooling around on the tier list maker last night, And I think I found some good answers. So, okay. We can't even outrange this thing. I guess we're also not at full range. But that's also not lethal, so that's actually not bad. I think it's fine. We'll do it. That would be good because I'm a WWE playing it after modern games. It's interesting because I'm so used to inflated numbers, damage and energy specifically. It's definitely very different. I do think like a really fun retrospective for this series. Maybe not much the whole thing, but because I'll say that in a second. It's a very startling thought, but I definitely think there's there's an interesting retrospective on the series where we talk where I can talk about where we've hit these thresholds of big number jumps, because if you play the very original games, a really powerful attack was 1800 power, which is so wild to say in the face of all of this that we're doing. I think that change starts on the DS games and the console ones where numbers got way bigger. Okay, I'm not touching any of the DS games, but that makes sense to me. That's a good reference point. That's good to know. I do think there's definitely some amount of gradual progression. But that said, there was one on the Game Boy. There was something that was on the Game Boy that was 4,300 power to start for weapons. I was so surprised by. I could not believe it. But I also don't know, I would venture the guess that the majority of players are more familiar with the newer games than the older ones, where I tend to be more of I tend to interact with the older games a lot more. Alpha 1 is more in line with R, but then Alpha 2 and Alpha 3 as a start. Okay. We could... I don't think anyone's using this yet. We can start working on this Shaoban base. Are we in range for support attack here? Okay, this is probably the play. We can focus, that's slightly cheaper, because I'm okay with risking 11. And then we can start getting this, we can get the support attack off the main character to increase morale. Yeah, I think let's do this. The UVA game was probably Jay. I have played Jay. Jay is roughly around the same as R, but it wasn't the Game Boy Advance. No, the Game Boy. Just the Game Boy. I think it was a port or a remake of 2. I'm pretty sure it was 2, but it was once Victory got stuff into it. Cool. And right, Domon's in burning / range. So we're doing, if we can lower stuff to 3,300. So this is something I also got to be better at planning around. Or that said, this could have been just a thing you can do. Domon seems really good for early game. Now knowing what thresholds we need to cross to make him relevant. But if you invest into him, you can just kill literally anything that's at 3,300 or whatever the roughly equivalent scale of power is. Because counter on that is so bonkers, and I fully admit that I am not using that as much as I need to be. So we're not actually even taking that much damage. Maybe we don't even bother with focus or persist. One of the things that I really struggle with assessing for this game too is how relevant I'm going to describe them as warding off actions are. So if we put focus on Shin, and he doesn't get attacked then, that feels like a waste, but maybe it isn't, because that stopped him from being that stopped the enemies from attacking him that otherwise would have. Okay, Callan is... I kind of want to park her in the middle of all of these and see if she can weaken all this. We do also have we also have 2 extra turns. Actually, hold on. You know what? Jack, if you were here, the person I was playing this in the context of helping someone, or I was watching someone else play in the context of trying to help them like unpack GB stuff. But Jack, if you're here and watching, do you remember what Super Robot Wars game I got you to play? Because it was whatever that one was. So if you look on your computer, you'll have the answer for us. But I also don't know if you might be still at work. So maybe this is a call into the void. Okay, these are all half. Those are all halves. Okay. No, I think Akira's better at weakening one of these. That's 3,400. Callan comes in, drops this to... Actually, hold on. There was one of these that's lower. This is 8. So, okay. This is 8820, 3,400, and... that's 8,900. Okay, so Callan plus Akira is a kill here. We could then give a blessing to Callan, and that leaves this to die to something else. If we move Rose 3, that's a 96 hit. That's close enough that I might be willing to risk that. I think let's get Akira in here now. Clarifying the inflation probably hit on the PS2 because the PS1 follows the R philosophy. I wonder if the change lines up Bandai merging with Namco. Oh, that could be. I could definitely see that being an answer to this. Oh right, hold on. We want Daba to get one of these because he still has his like fortune deal. Okay, this seems like a good answer, and I also don't mind giving him press because he also has a 6 range attack that we can use to hit one of the that top left Shovel Ace. I think we're good here on this. Yeah. Because we also want to start getting some more XP here, just because I think Daba's going to be good, but also so we can like get access to cheers more often. You know what? Actually, hold on. Here's a question. The Shaoban base. Are there that many of them in... Do they have 6 range attacks? That's a bummer. Are there that many of them in Dynazenon? Or I assumed it was more like Monster of the Week style format, where once you destroyed one, they didn't really come back. And is this just like symptomatic of how this game, how these games like to use the same one-off monsters so many times? Okay, this is okay. We can have Daba finish. We can have him take out one of these. Once someone else weakens that. Oh, that is not lethal. Why did I think that it was? Oh, probably because... No, its potential isn't activated yet. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, where now that does mean we can... Okay, we could have Rose 3... We could have Rose 3 clear this one after Callan. But do we want to give Callan the assist? Giving Callan the assist seems relevant. I can't remember if I finished the top or not. This turn has taken so long. We can have Domon over here and Erupting Burning Finger. We can persist that damage if necessary. Hold on, let's actually see if we can get one closer to the battleship. This is 4990 on 9,000, so that's, what, 5,100 left? I don't think Daba's doing 5,100. Or 40, sorry, 4100, 4100. No, okay, that's gonna be something else. Plus Daba if we want him to get the kill. No, your assumption is correct. Shabande is literally the first kaiju they fight. Every episode is a new one. Like the gray Yorn you fought before. Okay, cool. That's what I figured. Based on, like, when we got the Dinosaur, that was the very first one we fought, and that felt like the sort of enemy that they would have to open with. Or yeah, like that felt true to the show, and now we're getting the more like goofed up repetition. Because like Massacre and Getter enemies from the original series have done that a lot in this game. This is only giving us flash. It's not giving, like, the bullseye's not actually doing anything. That feels bad. Let's see what I've not checked the Combattler against anything yet. How close are we to Super EM missiles? We're at 130. We can get to 122. That won't actually do anything. We're not. Oh, we are close enough to use the V laser. Okay, that's not nothing. So we do 3900 here. Then, oh, but it was this back one we were checking. We could still do 3900. Have Domon come here. That's 4900. So that's what 7800. We need 3000-ish left. Daba still can't do that. Man, these things are so tanky. These things are so tanky. I think let's just start firing. I can sit here on these. And let's persist it, so. I can sit here on these turns for forever, but we gotta get moving. We're gonna do one scenario. I gotta figure out how to play these games a little faster, though the absolute rudeness of that first one really getting me for time. First we spear it up. We can. Is focus worth it to get that 8 extra hit? What if we go here? Hold on. That's 100. Oh no, that's not doing nearly enough though. That's close enough. That's 3,500, dropping us to 2,018. Yeah, and then Daba can finish here too. Oh, yeah, I think it's good. Funny thing about the game and the Dinosaur, they keep calling the villains the Kaiji Club, which is plain wrong. They are the Kaiju Eugenicists. I can only assume we changed it for weird optics. Yeah, I do feel like putting the word eugenics into any game is probably not going to look great. Oh, but it has potential active now, so that doesn't work. Okay, that's okay. There's a bunch of translation stuff that has been triggering me this game, like Gilbert Durandal being referred to as Gilbert Delandal. Yeah, there's definitely a couple ones. It's always that LR that gets us. Yeah, like the one that gets me the most is still the Psybuster going to the Psymaster. That one's also really rough to me. We also don't have to use the assist this turn. You know what? Let's save it. Yeah, we can make good use out of it next time. No, we still want Cal in the middle. That seems fine. Oh, and she would crit too, even better. She does keep rocking. Cool. And I don't feel like we've got I don't feel like I've got a lot of good to do with Daba. With his hit in a way, which is unfortunate, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we'll put him here tentatively and see if that was just a real bad call. We're gonna switch you to the Getter 3. And That's fine. We can deal with damage repercussions on enemy phase. Okay. Can you get to unit blue? Your post movement is 3, so yes, you can. Yes, you can. I just don't know how mean the game is about getting kills, so I'm gonna try and repair him just to be safe. See if that actually like saves us some money. And I think it feels bad parking units inside the battleship and just like not using them at all. But they feel like more of a liability. And aren't they? Oh, yeah, all of we're two player in battleship. I don't want to risk another game over. We can focus. No, we're just gonna block these because if we get hit, we're probably gonna be taking a lot more attacks too. That's fine. This is how we drew this up. We can go gun. There was a tweet by the localizer that was saying the usual caveat applies. If you see an odd name or term, just assume it was out of our hands. I will not respond to posts about those. I did see that. I did see that too. So yeah, like I'm not here to harsh the localizing team. But it is still going to bother me when I see it. I think we're gonna try and block this too, and then we'll move red back after this turn. Why are you defending and not evading? Okay. Oh, that's still lethal. Uh-oh. Are we going to get 2 game overs in a row? Nope, we're fine. Totally fine. Everything's fine. Oh, we also had a spirit. I should have used the assist to be safe. Why are we taking? Oh, we're taking damage now because we don't have energy. Yeah, these things are like deeply energy hungry. So let's be greedy and shoot this down. Now that we know we're in the clear and we can assist Link if we need to. Heart skip to beat. Yeah. Which scream they were right. Yeah, I do think this was somewhat rushed. I know, but this is what I'm talking about. Like I do as much as I try to present myself as being some sort of like guru or authority on these things. Like I'm still making some pretty big sloppy mistakes. You've got no defensive spirits, so yeah, we just defend this, and then if we need to, we can use assist on you. I at least foresaw some of this coming. I did figure they were going to go after blue one, and this is fine because Rain can take this damage. I maintain it's the same problem. I need to like get a sticky note and put it on my computer that it's always barriers. It's just barriers doing me in. We're just gonna full send you back. You're not gonna participate in combat anymore. That's fine. Okay. This turn, we wide range strategic recon. Yes. I probably should have used it last turn, but I think this is still gonna be relevant here. Okay, so everyone has Analyze on them. Yeah. So that's an extra 10% hit. Or, sorry, not hit. 10% damage, 10%. We do 10% more, they do 10% less. Well, also, this was another instance of the game ripping away your unit and throwing them halfway across the map. I mean, yeah, no, that is true. We did have Izuru kind of where we wanted him, and he could have been with the rest of this group safe and sound, but the game decided that he needed to be a hero, and that would have worked fine if we probably weren't on just as long as we weren't on this difficulty. Okay, Callan can probably start taking some of these out. We do need to push like really far forward so we can intercept Rada in the Wulgaru Warship. Okay. So, given that, let's work our way from back to front. Can Shin do anything relevant from that position? No, he cannot. But here he could, so let's get Doman out of the way. Can you Burning Finger this to death? Yes, you can. I think also I'm going to have a less bad time with assist links and incorrectly using spirits now that I can just access those from the combat menu. So like I do think I'm getting a little bit better at using them from that. Also, yeah, I gotta turn attack animations back on so we can get this music out from the background. What music do we want to sit on for a little bit? Let's at the very least we can get the... That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to check again. Okay, I don't know how to solve this problem where... Is it just my control room guy? Were you having this problem too? Like I swear it's not just being bad. My controller eats so much of my input. Is that my controller being bad, or is this game just as loosey-goosey as I say it is? We can focus? Yes, we can focus here. Right, because I recalled pretty sternly that we had found that was not in range there with Shin, but I wanted to go check to make sure. But it just ate that circle press and then confirmed. But I've been doing it so much, so like it was usable. Maybe I have This is the game I've had this problem and read people mentioning on Reddit. Okay. Because I don't have to feel that bad. Oh, right, yeah, no, we did it on the show. This game, more than others, I've had full units turns just wasted by a misclick. Yeah, okay. I'm glad it's not just me, but also I'm sorry that that's been happening to you, because that's, like, deeply unfun. We can get a... I don't necessarily know if I want a support attack off of the yellow unit. I was kind of hoping to... Well, I know we can switch it. It's just making me reconsider now. Because I want to get more morale across. But I want to try and give this Shalbones to edging the kill if we can. Sentence backwards that was. We can focus, but that's still lethal. We healed first. Is this lethal without the... Okay, no. It's not even lethal with the support attack, so that's good. That's what we want. I do want to move... We're going to move Rain slightly closer to where we want the rest of the action. We don't get anything in 10. We're still going to focus, because odds are you aren't going to do anything. It's such a shame that we are losing out on getting to get a character with game on, though. And... yeah. Yeah, we just have to start gingerly pressing our buttons, I guess. Well, but, like, I feel like sometimes when I do that, I'm more apt for it to, like, wiggle and to get the garbage, double input. Like, this is so cool. This is so cool looking. That was sick. Yeah. That's okay. Not everything has to be... We don't even have the attune. Okay. Oh, we got Mina on this. Okay. Not everything has to be for... And then assist... Nope, not assist link. Support options, the Lunadrak, and... Well, the Koryudan will still be lethal. It's gonna have 10. Again with a 10 HP. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. And then yes, we also want to game. Perfect. Glad we didn't miss that one. I know my brain has trust as yours have. No, she doesn't have trust yet. Hold on. I said that too confidently. I will check. I'm pretty sure she does. Yeah, this takes damage. It's gonna take damage to repair. Okay, that's giving morale to Echika, which is not something we care about, but it is giving it to Cross. But it's also a ton of XP. Cool. Didn't get anything for it, but... Oh, because we destroyed all the kaiju, then they were narratively leaving. I've never been more disappointed by a mech series than MJP. It has such good mechs. If you want a really good belly laugh, Google Reika Sionji, their head mechanic. Okay, I will take a gander. Who were we looking at? We were looking at Rain. Oh no, she does have trust. I guess I've not been thinking about it because we can't call it on enemy phase because of being on expert. I should be using it before that. I'm glad you pointed it out. It's definitely something I've been wasting them too. So definitely we can have gold for hit one of these and then post move and then hitting away into a advent. I think we're just gonna have Kay go in there now too to save us from another game over condition, seeing as I'm big slops. We can, that's 40-60 on 8,200, so we have 4,140 left. Oh, that's not quite enough damage. Bullseye and Snipe don't change that. And we already have Analyze on. How's our crit rate looking? 14% is not enough to believe in that crit rate. Okay, so what if... Hold on, how much did we need? That's 3910, so we need, what, 4,180? Okay. I am down. It's bad accuracy though, so maybe I'm less okay with this. But odds are we're still going to choose this one so we can have one of these pilots that are sort of orphaned over here deal with it, and Callan can probably come up. No, we want Callan to attack this warship. But the Lunadrak can probably soften here. We have intuition. And then the Combattler... Actually, no, hold on. Set up the Combattler next to where the Lunadrak is going to go. That's 40-40, so we only need 3,800 out of him. That's not enough damage. Okay. So maybe this is our answer instead, then. And then let the Riding and the Getter and the Algame deal with this one. Because we've not really factored the Getter into literally any of these. Oh yeah, the Getter doesn't even need... The Getter and Daba would be enough. So let's do that. Yeah, we Bullseye. And then we've got a Vigor sitting here for enemy phase if they get attacked. I don't think we've seen this attack yet. Sabine Crusher. Right, I guess if I'm talking, like, that's maybe the extent of what I will do. I will just say it in, like, a slightly Japanese accent. Which is maybe problematic of me, but... My favorite is definitely screaming Tomahawk whenever the Getter does something with the Tomahawk. I won't do it on mic, because I will definitely overcap the mic. either of those yet. We're not, yeah, we don't have either of those. We attack sequence. Okay, so we want to focus. And let's, hold on. If we're here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you have a 6 range attack? Oh, you have an 8 range. Okay. Do we also have persist up? We don't have enough for persist. Okay. Do you have 6 range? You do have yes. Okay. Instead, we can just have. Maybe the L game can finish off this Walker Result also. Or maybe we can do anything literally other than use Cookie. You know what? We're gonna save these assists for Mari and killing the big boss and making sure we have like good hit on him. Tomahawk Boomerang. Me and my friend have both probably shouted along with that word. Yes, yeah, exactly. It's exactly the. I think from what I've tried to do some due diligence and read up on this thing that I'm trying to present to people. I do think that people are saying that generally a lot of these attack animations are still coming from previous gens. Right, like that, the L game one is probably from a previous game, I think. Spreading assist EXP, spreading assist EXP. Yes, exactly. Yeah. No, I've been saying this a couple of times, and I'm just like really bad at doing it. That I need to start getting the passives turned on. Like even if I don't have like max value of, even if we don't end up leveling up the passives much beyond that, just like getting them started, having it do something. Attack here. I can't imagine why we wouldn't be allowed to hit away into the battleship, but let's find out. I could potentially see the game going, no, you're not allowed to. That was one of my absolute favorite things with Neo. If you've not played it before, you would you didn't pick your units before the scenario. You always had access to all of your units, and you would just deploy them from the battleship, but up to the normal life stage of whatever it was. But you could take a unit out of the battleship. You couldn't do it this turn, but you could hit and away with that unit and just like keep tossing in and out your entire team. And if rather than a pilot having it, an attack had it. So you could rotate your entire team of 14 out for an entire new team of 14 in one turn. It was crazy. It was insane. Someone on YouTube did do like a breakdown of Super Robot Wars animation styles. Was a fun watch. That's okay. Cool. That's good. I will. Maybe I'll look that up afterwards. Oh, I missed this before too. Yeah, it's a mix of reuse and some new ones like the Wing. Oh, the Wing Zeros is new. Okay, cool. That's good to see that like one of the new ones is also like well received. Also, we've not really had much of a use to use Kiao before, so I think I might use his Excel now also to start trying to get the passive effect going. Right, because the Combator is like really out of position, and now it's not. And we can, I guess, I don't like this menu. Hold on. Actually, let's make sure that Trust shouldn't be going to red. You don't have post-movement options, so we can still deal with that next turn. And you don't have post-movement options. Okay, yeah, so no, this can go to the Combattler. Spirits, Trust, Combattler. Doesn't even show you how much it heals on there. It's so lame. This is a better tile. And can we do anything else first? Nope. Oh wow, Neo really broke the Super Robot mold. Interesting, GC and Neo were the super experimental ones. I knew the DS games have the partner twin system. Isn't the partner twin system also like a refinement of just the like squad system. I think some of the PS2 era ones also did some sort of like squad kind of pair-up thing, unless the twin system is just not that. But yeah, Neo is really experimental. It looks nothing like this. It's more like the Ark of the Lad games. I would not mind if we got that system again. Like, don't replace the whole game with it. Like, certainly not. But if we get another game that involves circles, I would not be upset. Who's not been used yet? Is it just someone in the battleship? Yeah, it's just Rose from last night. Okay. We might bring them out if we can like safely get some damage in, but I've been way too damaged or way too dangerous for these last couple scenarios. I don't want to waste time. Okay. And this is lethal, so now we can use Vigor. Yeah, and we will defend that. These are just these scenarios are just taking so much time, but I think it's like the nature of being here, right? Like I sort of expected to like sit here, chill, and chat more than I was necessarily like thinking we were going to clear this game quickly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how the unit list menu is either. Seeing the mechs is nice, but the other menus were fine and gave me more information faster. There's definitely a decrease of information quality here. Like even selecting attacks the way that you do is really, to me, disarming, trying to make like good informed decisions. I am tempted to use Kiao again and boost the A admin up to get some of the bonuses around the battleship, and also hopefully have it be the thing that the warship attacks, because it's also getting healing. Actually, hold on, is it getting healing? No, we don't have the assist that has the 500 HP a turn on the A admin account, but that's okay. Or hold on, we might not need to. Actually, this works out fine, because then Rain can just follow up and heal here, and then we can deal with that next turn. Yeah, I think this is maybe better. Squads in the PS2 era one, where yeah, you have a squad of 3, which really worked with the series they picked. Okay, that feels deeply fit for analysis in the way that I like doing. So that's exciting. I feel like the multiplicity of combinations there seems sick. Then the DS game IG, because 2 screens had the twin system where before you start a map, you select pairs, which is basically 2 units that are treated as 1 deployment slot. Oh, that's very interesting. That feels like that solves a lot of the problems we were trying to address before about like the 3 separate getter pilots being deployed, or like Fuinsaiki and Gagando. If we can give this to Sho, that would be preferable, unless we can give it to Daba. No, we can give that to Daba. Okay, cool. Then Sho gets a support attack off of the main character. And yeah, that's fine. Chapter 2 was also where the maps get a lot longer. Then 3 is somehow more units if you go faster. I wasn't constantly... Hold on a second. I read through that in poor intonation. Chapter 2 is also where IMO, the maps get a lot longer. Then 3 is somehow more units. It would go faster. I wasn't constantly chirping. Do you? No. I mean, I like this. I would prefer this. Chill, fun hangout. I have definitely sat and like I look back and forth between the same 3 different like options so many times on these maps too. My like indecision for wanting to try and make the optimal move super slows me down. Don't blame yourself. I think we're just going to gain on the L. It's going to be the L gain instead of the L gain. Get it? It's funny. It's a joke. If I explain it more, it'll be more funny. Because if we get another cheer, are we going to be on this map 6 turns, taking out 46 health? I got to be careful of that. I don't want to die to this. I don't want to phone in another one. Let's actually hold on. What's our range? This is, it's 9, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so Shin would be in range. We have a persist. Oh, shoot, we've got a couple of persists, so that's totally fine. He might not get like an actual attack in, but that's okay. Yeah, and then we can just excel the battleship next turn. Though I think I am going to excel Colin now. She's doing some, she can do some relevant stuff, and we gotta get this damage started. Otherwise, we're gonna be here forever. Let's persist to that. It's like 45 minutes left until ending time. Hopefully, it doesn't take 45 minutes to destroy this. Maybe we'll go over again and we'll do quite a shorter segment. Do we fear his map attack? I do fear his map attack a little bit. Thank you for very gently reminding me about it. It's already active. And its range is this like 12, 13, this like 15 tile grid situation, which is a ludicrous amount of space for a map attack that takes 5 energy. It's 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like this big chunky area. So that's why I want to try and have like a couple people this direction, and then a couple people this direction, and then a couple people this direction, to try to like detract from his ability to you know, like land something meaningfully. Or also like, that's why I have Talon positioned at his right angle here, because no position of the map attack is ever going to hit these corners. Like those corners are, oh, actually, I'll leave those there just for a visual symbolizer right now. Those corners are always safe. We can, oh, hold on. We can daunt him. That seems good. Daunt decreases an enemy by 10 morale. I really love the daunt. I don't think people use daunt enough. I rely on it. I relied on it heavily in the earlier games I've played. I think we just send this. We don't have the person who has trick. We can Mari if we need to, but I think this is fine. Just get the damage in. And then actually we'll look after this and see what... Hold on. Yeah, he doesn't have any HP regen, so all this damage is permanent. We can't downstat him by it. Maybe we should be saving some big damage for potential, but I think we just need to like get things applied. But we did take him off guard, which is relevant. He's going to be back up there in a second, though. I legit forgot about the Dawn, also. I just see as a mid-game spirit. I get that and usually ignore for Focus Valor. I mean, it is definitely a spirit that I use on characters that are like the side pilots of the super robots instead of like primarily how we're committing our SP. But especially for bosses like this, it really contributes to your ability to like survive and like do something meaningful, right? Because decreasing, at least as far as previous games were, decreasing morale by 10 was a 5% swing in all directions. That combat does not look good. So I think we just sit tight. Yeah. There are 4 units we have not used. Let's start slowly working you around about to the battleship. And... yeah, and then, okay, great. We could even just defend this. I am okay with that. Yeah, that seems fine. We can just get, yeah, we can definitely turn attack animations off at this point. We can wave surge again. And this is doing 0 because we're getting persist. And then this is showing us the Radiant Wave Shield, but we're not going to have enough energy left for Radiant Wave Shield to take effect. So we could still be taking up to 1,500 points of damage. We are now at the point where people are going to be attacking him this turn, so we can start chaining some analyzes. We don't have enough for Great Conflagration, but we still have enough for full burst. Let's... we can flash and still have enough for cheer. Oh, whoops. Oh, hold on. I've been squandering these two. I did not realize we were max SP with them. That's my bad. I was looking at Galma going, he's got 74, and I just sort of assumed the rest of the team had that too, but that is not how this game works. Why can't we... Oh, they've got different morale levels too. Okay, okay. I'm glad we're at the point where we could be wasting these. Like, it's not good that we have wasted them, but we now have resources such that it's possible to waste them, which is a good sign. We still have Persist on with Callan. Right. Actually, yeah, I think she just attacks now. I don't think there's anything else that we're gonna, like, any other relevant actions we're gonna take before then. And I'm gonna move her up a little bit because that gives someone else coming up room to potentially get in position. This space is also actually safe from the map attacks. Man, but we do not do damage. Why do we not do damage? I know his guard's up, but is it just... 2,500 armor is definitely a rough one. So I guess, hold on, we can do that. Odds are we're not going to get map attacked that way. Not odds are, we definitely are going to get map attacked that way. Is it 2 or 3? It is 3. So let's make this a little channel. So I'm marking the spots that are safe, not the spots that are lethal. If we are standing here, the map attacks are not going to affect us. And then we can just mirror those same channels on the other sides. But still, his diagonals are the best options. We can persist. We've got a couple of persists if need be. I don't think we're going to get it done this turn, but I think we can get it done next turn. Yeah. Normally, I would have Cross come in here and do the mobility down, but we can't mobility down him because of his ability. This seems fine. We do have Flash on, and this will consume the Flash, so he is... Well, no, he won't be in danger next turn because that was still not a lethal amount of damage, so we have time to recover from that. Actually, let's see what our assist situation looks like. We can... Using Chisei is the best use of all of our assist points, but that's not giving us any extra abilities. We could use Kiao on Sho and actually get him into combat. I think that seems like a good plan. Yeah. We can attune him if necessary, but he's at full HP. Though, hold on. It would be better if we Mari, because then we have intuition, so we can like fully save combat. Did we use... We didn't even use the assist cheer yet. Hold on a second. We are in business. We're gonna use Mari here. And then we can intuition. And then we can also Kiao and get ourselves an Excel. Speaking of Neo and speaking of Excel, good golly, do I miss the spirit Tailwind. That let you give Excel to another pilot. That was so good. And the battleship had it too, so we were getting it really early on. Great. Now we have Aura Power level 4 now for next combat if necessary. We are burning through his energy somewhat. But, like, it's pretty heinous that we're on this screen and I need to look at, like, his attacks and I can't see what energy he has. I know not every game has done that, but, like, in the modern day with these modern, like, layouts, we could definitely make that a visible option. Oh, that's still a ton. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We might be in business. If we trust ourselves, we don't need to trust ourselves. He's going to be down to 8,000. We have the God Bird attack, and this we can intuition. Let's actually open with this because this is fully safe. Can the Getter get in here? Probably. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We can Thunder Bomber. Oh yeah, no, we have this completed. I think we're gonna give it to the Combattler. Oh no, hold on. I was gonna say we're gonna give it to the Combattler because they get extra XP. But cheer is on anybody. So do we cheer the Combattler or cheer the Getter? Let's cheer the Combattler. And we can Thunder Bomber. We need to flash this. This did not take this did not take that much time to take down this big boss. It's already been analyzed, right? Yeah, it's already been analyzed. We can persist and focus with Shin. We can get up close because we don't care about being hit by the map attack because it's not going to live, and that 4200 will put it into lethal range. Is anybody in the battleship still hurt? Like, the fact that I can't also see what their stats are here is not good. Yes, the blue one is still hurt. So let's launch the blue one and then heal it with somebody else. Great. And then we need a cheer on the Combattler. I don't mind that selection screen, but it would be nice to me if we started on the screen that was the regular layout and you could switch to that screen instead of starting with that screen and then switching to that. Or just like give us the ability to set which of the two screens we want. Got to min-max that PXP. I mean, yeah, no, watch how many times I've died to real goofy stuff. We need it. We need all the resources we can get. I don't think you were criticizing me about it. I think that was a sincere advocacy of it. I recognize it's part of the new engine. I'm hoping it gets cleaned up. Or like improved next game. But these like really chunky like CGI renders is not what I'm here for. I ain't here for it. Yeah, the menus seem to be aesthetically focused compared to the games prior to 30. Yeah, which is then funny because of how much people are down on the aesthetics of just like bar for the HP bars. It's definitely unaesthetic. Man, I forgot this was a Majestic Prince stage there for a second. That was so underwhelming. At least with literally every other stage where we've gotten new characters, whether we've committed to using them long term, whether we've liked them or not, it at least made them look good. Oh, perfect. Yes, excellent. Okay, I figured we were going to get Cal to pass it. Let's see what he's got. +1 morale on top of base morale gain from evading attacks. Well, we're not doing a ton of that, but that does work on Flash. I'm happy with that. That's good. Having to sort by pilots by level takes way too long in this game. I should be able to open a menu and see it immediately. Yeah, no, you absolutely should. Okay, let's... we did not gain one of these. That gave us something, but I closed that screen closed too fast. I did not see what it said. That's okay. More S memory trees, is there? Is it just because I haven't, like, gotten one far enough yet to see? Like, if I not maxed out one of them, I don't get to see the rest of it yet? We have so little S memory. The climb from D is long, and I'm still in Chapter 3. Oh boy, that is really long, then. It does seem like you get a lot more of that EXP from customizing units. No, I think I got confused. Don't worry about me. Okay. Oh, I found out what it gave us. I figured out what D did. Okay. Oh boy. So here's some thinking. We still deeply need sight on like half of our pilots. So I think the L game is the first that needs to get it. Full bonuses are now available. Yeah. So is there a second... Hold on, can we... I don't love that we can't actually see what the, like, bonus we got from having 50% upgrades was on this. There's, like, nowhere that tells you that information. Time to vertically invest harder. Yeah, a little bit. That is, like, also very tempting. But, like, the Dyna-Xenon is perfectly functional right now. We're not having any trouble with it at all. Oh man, this hadn't even had a propellant tank on it, so we actually could have finished that faster. I did have access to more of the full bursts. Or not the full bursts, the great conflagrations. No matter what part I put on, I'm going to forget about it if it's consumable. But like, so okay, here, let's go to 5. We're not going to commit yet, but just thinking about 5s, because at 5 points, if all 5 of these upgraded, that does give us a unit bonus. This is 30% more hit, and think how many times we used a focus, which is 30% more hit, and then went, okay, now we're fine. Like, it's really tempting. It's also really tempting to hit sight on 2 different pilots, 2 different units, put it on the L game. Oh no, sorry, put it on the L game and then finish up the Dunbine. And then start putting, we could start putting sight onto Domon then also. Also, you can check your custom bonus if you have it for, you can check your custom bonus for the unit? Let me see, am I just stupid? Is that under details here? I don't see it here. Press triangle. Is it on the upgrade screen? No. Stat screen. Bottom left. Oh my word. I'm just like super blind. It's literally right here. Because the entire time, hold on. Because the entire time it's upgrading units, HP, energy, armor, mobility, and sight, each ranked to 5 to unlock this bonus. I just have like fully overlooked that box. Yeah, it's literally right there. Good golly, streamer brain is harsh. Okay. All weapons gain plus 200 attack power, 6 energy. Yeah, that's what I remember today. Okay, cool. So presumably, if we get to max on everything, again, if we get to 10 steps, that's when we get the, like, you can set one of your parameters to S, or you can add 500 armor, or you can add 1 extra mobility. Because they're probably not going to give us 2 different unique customs. Maybe they'll upgrade the custom, but I'm assuming it's probably going to be one of those like usual like choice things. So like every unit then gets the same pool of choices. So we need to uninvest some of these. Then we need to go do this one, and then this one. Yeah, that's normally the stock full custom bonus. Yeah. We want to finish the Dunbine off. That's so much cheaper, but it's cheaper because it's mostly done compared to that 30k that I was looking at before. That doesn't feel that much cheaper. So who are we looking at? What difference is it? It should be, okay, no, it is. Just 5% is small. Actually, hold on. I'm used to taking for granted that it's 5%. Do we have more price of skill programs that's cheaper? I just want to make sure we don't have other cost reductions before I start spending. 10% credits for destroying. Prices of parts in the shop are reduced by 5. Okay, yeah. That is a little annoying, but also good design that the two shop costs are opposite each other, but we get 10% off. All elements have 200 attack power, plus 1 move, and 20 sight if the pilot has at least aura power level 6. Okay. So we definitely need to be farming him up. Plus 20 sight is crazy. That's like it's what, 2/3 of a focus. Yeah, just like free 20 hit on is so good. Or it's been like that for VTX 30 onward. Yeah, it's definitely been in some other games before that too. Like GC does that. I feel like there was some. I guess 64 is before that. I played 64 a little bit, and that also had that upgrade situation. I should figure out some way to like annotate all of the games that I have played. Because I feel like I say I've not played that many, and then I've like dabbled in a couple of them. Okay, that many points into weapons doesn't seem that relevant to me. I keep complaining about Akira's hit, so let's give him some points. Yeah. I know that's like very antithetical to how a lot of people play these games, but I do think that's like probably one of the best choices, because it doesn't matter if your attacks are like big, cool, and flashy if you can't actually land a hit. And then we're back to plus morale. Oh, to set your fears straight, the impulse upgrades carry over to the destiny. Okay, cool. That's I don't remember if we talked about that, but I had figured that was going to be the case. Typically the upgrade carryovers are in a way that is not that penalizing. Okay, what have we got? We've got full coat armor. That's nice that we have that now. Now, hold on a second. Why does putting this on also increase our armor, but it just doesn't say that on the ability? That's so strange. Okay. Use with the parts command to cure any status ailment on the main pilot and give them 10 morale. 1 use per map. Okay. Who needs morale the most? If we give this to Shin, I feel like I keep checking him and he's at 118. Putting him to 130, like jumping him from 120 to 130 seems like the closest, like the easiest way to get him into seed. I think we're gonna try and put this on Shin. And we're just like not gonna care about the status healing part. Just like the 10 free morale seems really good. And then we just gotta give somebody else the extra defense. We could put it on Akira. I just committed to him a little bit. Sure. That seems fine. What time is it? We've got 20 minutes left. This timing situation is so awkward. Well, let's finish going through some of these, then we'll figure out if we want to do something else again. Or one more thing. Starting morale, we're still saving that. Break morale limit. This doesn't matter yet. We're like seldom getting to the point where we're actually capping morale. The Dynazenon did get up there. Actually, hold on. We did get to the point where Galma was hitting max morale, but it's also because he started early. But but he also has break morale limit to start, so that never mind. That doesn't matter. Oh yeah, we should see if anyone's at 70. Or no, sorry, no, not 70. 70 is the normal ace. situation, it's down to 60. I'm assuming that Galma is still our first place. Yeah, if Cross is second at 27, then yeah, we don't have any reason for that yet. MJP also has a ship eventually that you can move and give 10 morale, which will really come in clutch at expert, I feel. Oh, that seems really good. That seems really excellent. The main battleship feels like it also should have a lot. There's so many things that it can like regen that it really feels like it wants to have a way to that it wants to have a way to be able to like donate things and it just can't, which is disappointing. I know that's not exactly this. Like it's probably not donating its morale, but that's where my brain went. Increases all weapon ammo. Decimal values are rounded up. No one's running out of ammo, really. We could just give that to Galma for, hold on. How much is it? It increases weapon ammo by 20%. So is that increasing? I guess, okay, so if we give this to Galma, that's giving us one more Dynazan on full burst. That does not feel that worth it. Let's say, I think we're probably gonna save that for what's the Witch of Mercury. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, we can equip one more person. This is the part I was thinking of, the restore 500 HP, but I think we're probably going to put this -5 crit rate on while we don't have anybody else yet. The Ariel. Yes, I could remember the Ariel. I just couldn't remember the woman's name. I know it's a Swiss sound. Oh, this is interesting. So this is locked. Oh, but here's the empty that you had mentioned at the very beginning of stream, control room guy. The 5 members of Team Rabbits have a score of 86. Is Team Rabbits the name for the Majestic Prince? Suleta. Yes. That is a very Gundam name. Yeah. So that's a bonus we might not be seeing. Daba and show of a score of 50. Yep. Okay. Cool. So we still want to grind them up a little bit. We still have 2 more of these side scenarios. You know what? Let's. Oh, well, hold on. We can do these 2 talk situations first. Actually, no. I probably should save those for. I can do those off screen. And let's do one of these 2, and then we'll just end up going a little bit later. I don't think. Yeah. Hold on a second, actually. Let me check my messages. I potentially had something planned for a little bit after 8 o'clock, but if that's not happening, then we can probably do another side mission if I try to play a little fast. Like I said, that bonus, I believe, will naturally occur even if you don't do it. The requirement is just a chance for an... Oh! I don't think I understood that when you were saying that before, control room guy. It's... Let me think about that. That's interesting. Do I still have plans at 8? Does not look like it. Okay. So yeah, let's do one more of these and I'll just have to try and play a little speedy. How about the Crimson Vortex? Okay, so here's my thinking. I think it's good that we don't deny players the ability to get access to stuff, especially if it's like a secret or something they're not necessarily noticing. Right? Like I don't think everyone's necessarily going to be opening that like mission selection screen, but I'm so excited. I don't think everyone's gonna be opening that mission selection screen, so I think it's good that we get access to things, but that also feels just like so much more underwhelming. I remember I loved that the secrets felt like they were actually secrets, like it was like a really meaningful it felt significant when you unlocked them. They were either like very fan servicey, not in the boobular kind, but in the like, oh, this is a cool robot that everyone likes. Or in the, wow, these units are really busted for unlocking the secret. Yeah, no, this theme is rocking. Like that mission gets you their 6th member, but I assume you get them from story progression otherwise. That would feel really weird if it cut off another member, but I did sort of assume we were going to get there another character with that. Also, I'm sorry, is the Jet Jaguar a healer? That is not what I expected at all. Very did also have traditional secrets, so I assume this game will still have them, but since it's early days, no one really knows yet. I've also come across the convince option once. Okay, cool. Then, if that's the case, I am super pro that we have, like, tier 1 secret unlockables and then tier 2 secrets. That seems absolutely fire. Tactical analysis. Any enemy attack or counterattack is affected by the Analyze Spirit and loses 10 morale. Allied units within 4 spaces, but not self, get plus 15. Oh boy! This seems really good. This is also our first pilot that we're seeing that has 3 parts. Literally everyone has had 2 parts so far, except for Jet Jaguar. Yeah, he seems really good. I was really worried when I saw Repair Device that he was just going to be like a heal bot. But is he like actually a combat unit too? We have to look at his abilities? Okay. Tactical Standby. If phases ended with an unspent action, activates the Zeal extra action and Excel plus 3 movement spirit at the start of the next. And the main pilot regains 10 extra SP in addition to their base 5 SP regen. Okay. Supply parts. Use consumable power parts on adjacent allies. Oh, so this is like what Commander or Leadership used to do. Exclude power parts which can affect multiple units. I love whenever game rules give me the ability to do something I didn't know that I could do. That's neat to know that we're going to get power parts that affect multiple units. I'm assuming that the assist cheer counts as that right now, but there's no reason to use that on like, adjacency doesn't matter there. Apply Terrain. Double the benefits from spaces with defense rating and dodge rating terrain effects. This is cool. This would be heckin' cooler it would be so much cooler if we had better terrain, but I also get why they like might want to be cautious if they're going to be throwing this ability around. They don't want to give... If we had mountains and you parked him on a mountain, he'd be getting plus 60 defense and plus 60 to dodge. That would be pretty cracked. That would be pretty crazy. But Tactical Standby feels like an action that I am deeply going to misplay and feels very prone to be wildly potent. He's definitely a mobile striker that can heal. Okay, cool. That's the vibe I'm getting so far. Okay, so here's a downside, and here's where I'm like, some of the designs for these characters are really punishing. He has Analyze, but he's already doing that here. Like, obviously you can do it other places, but that just feels a little bit like you're shooting him in the foot. But otherwise, this seems very good so far. 1 to 2 range for melee. The Whaling Gun. I'm assuming, like, the thing that you use to hunt whales. And Lancive Angurius. And Barrier Buster. Okay. No morale requirements. This is just a free to use. 30 energy, so that's somewhat costly, but did something restore energy in here too? He gets so much stuff, I can't remember. I can't keep track of all the things he gets. No, he does not get energy back somehow. He gets extra SP back, though. He's also small, so we get extra dodgeability. We get we're extra dodgy. Okay, so now I actually like care about looking at these terrain. I feel rewarded for looking at the terrain now, because we definitely want to park ourselves on something that matters. But like, the fact that this space is... I guess these like kind of make sense as mountains, but like, is this going to be a mountain? The fact that like these spaces are mountains is heinous. Look at this mountain covered in trees. This so should be a forest. He's supposed to be jumping around and dodging a lot. There is an item that makes it so if an enemy has 20% hit or less, they are guaranteed to miss. Whoa, that seems really good. And there's also, yeah, no, that seems really good. But yeah, no, I was getting that feel because like size small is probably decreasing accuracy, I think, by like 20% or 15%. Okay, with that said though, this mobility is really miserable. This is adding what, 50, is that in like 55, 57 to his dodge compared to most people who are getting like 60s or 70s. That's like pretty atrocious, and his evade is also on the lower side. So we'll see what our hit looks like, but it's definitely going to be very tile-based instead. Yeah. All right. We also haven't looked at any of these pterodons yet. HP regen. This HP regen sort of seems standard for like the more biological enemies in these games. Is that tracks? Yeah, he'll need that focus. Yeah, no, he definitely seems like he needs that focus. But like, we theoretically can get access to it really quickly though, because we get 15 SP a turn. Excel and Vigor. I'm curious that they keep giving them Spirit Commands. They've not used them yet. They've got to at some point, because we've had some people say things about like, I think we've had a couple abilities that have like vaguely referenced the potential of enemies getting Spirit Commands. And they have 3 range post movement. Let me just make sure I understand this again. If phases ended with an unspent action, activate the Zeal, extra action, and Excel Spirit at the start of next. So we can keep always not taking an action to bank one for next time if we need it. Rodan are jobbers of Singular Point. Terrifying in the anime, absolutely pushes out. Terrifying in the anime, absolute pushovers in this game. Yeah, they've been made. I did not clock the fact that this thing is named Rodan. Like, one of Godzilla's most famous enemies, like a main character in the Godzilla franchise, and it's just reduced to small little boy. Maybe that's just like how Singularity Point has dealt with them. Okay, so boy, yeah. I think the plan is to just sit tight. Actually, no, because these are going to be in range for us. Hold on. He moves 6, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So as long as we're out of that range, the fact that that isn't a terrain tile is baffling. No, never mind. Maybe we're just going to stay put so we can get that Zeal for next turn. You know, let's try it. What's the worst that happens? I gotta play fast. Then we focus. And you know, let's show off the cool attack to open and see how this goes. They're so tiny. I definitely expected Jaguar to be a lot bigger than this. I've not seen Singularity Point. I think I've said before, I don't know exactly where to get into Godzilla, but at least as far as I know, like Jet Jaguar in some cadence, I think in the Showa canon is like the size of Godzilla. So the fact that he's just like almost person size is interesting. In Singularity Point, Rodan, Nanda, Kumonga, and Mothra as a species instead of individual. Interesting choice. And did people feel okay about that? We can still take this attack and just have to dodge the next one? Sure. We're probably not going to be in this position for very long. Gracious. And yeah, we try to evade. Oh, we still have a whole nother turn. That's unfortunate. Though I guess we can just like double back and like super get out of here. Can he repair himself? He can repair himself? Is that normal? Can Rain do that also? Huh. That's curious. Let's go stand on this building and repair ourselves again. SP has a weird reputation. I love it in its music, but it does get very science dense in the end stretch, and some people were definitely not fans as far as monsters went. People seem pleased with it. Okay, cool. I'm glad it's received well. I'm happy with science dense at the end. That seems good to me, but I also get why people are not going to be happy. And we have... Oh yeah, so we just, if we get access, if we use his ability, we're always going to have a focus. Like, we're not getting a distance. I moved this. But yeah, like, I think what you're supposed to do is move once, bang to the next one, and, like, you're not actually getting anything if you're banking one turn every time, just in terms of turn economy, but you are then getting you're getting the bonus of extra SP. I believe Rain can heal herself. Yeah, okay, I just missed that. Okay, I'm just used to repaired kits not... Oh. Did everyone just see those Rodan move off the position they were in? Those just skipped to a different spot on the map. But, not you. Great. But yeah, I'm used to repair kits not being able to not repair kits, the like repair module not being able to heal the user. Fam, why do we have our back turned to them? Most Godzilla fans just wanted big monster brawls, probably, so yeah, it's being Science Sense was a choice. I believe that the writer has a PhD too, so maybe a little flexing. Yeah. Has very isn't Futurama? Doesn't Futurama also have like multiple like PhD writers on it? Okay, so this is also not final conditions. We're not even done here. Right, this is the one we saw before because I thought Fatal Mistake Kaiju was a wild name. So... let's open with Shin just using this. Can he take out any of... Yes, he can. No, Spirits Focus. And... we need to use the Excalibur? That's fine, I don't mind. And just take out one of these Rodans to start. Let's see if we can push him into seed quickly. Cool. I don't think we're close enough to get a support attack. Oh, we are close enough to get a support attack off of Cross. That's good. That's also lethal. So let's move... Oh, wait, hold on. We need to move him because that's only 20 off, so that's a full hit from Cross. Yeah, perfect, perfect. And I don't love that the Noble Gundam's getting the morale out of this, but it's fine. I'd rather just farm Cross. So we missed there. That's totally fine. The counter kill will do enough damage. The counter attack will do enough damage to kill. Or not counter attack, support attack. Yeah, this definitely feels like a great way to fuel some kill count on people. We could go here. That's not giving us his it's not giving us his action, but that's okay. Let's see what, hold on, let's check out what's happening down here first. Callan is short a little bit on morale, but that's fine. She will have that sorted next turn. Her dodging is still... Getting her some more mobility would be better. Getting her some more evade would be best. Okay. I don't think that mine's close enough to attack now. Yeah, we also want to farm Show some levels. So let's move the Dynazenon back. It's a little awkward that he's standing in not the position we wanted to, but And you can go to the getter 3 round. And you have a range of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, attacking either of those two is fine. Presumably this is going to move. He goes here. And no, we don't have Rose Scream yet. We just have Rose Bits. But they have 6 range though, so it's not even that good. I think he's gonna move. He's probably... The fact that everything, well, almost everything moves right away is definitely a bit of a... It's a bit more of a mash fest than it would otherwise have to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure, we'll put George here and see if he can get some accurate attacks off. Some long-ranged attacks. We could have Chibity come in and try to weaken the Rodan. Saying the Rodan feels like I am a boomer parent talking about your video game console as the Nintendo. Reinforcements get really wacky when it's a defend map and spawn close to the defend point. Is this a defend map? Hold on a second. An ally battleship. No, okay. But yes, reinforcements spawning really close to a defend objective would be very distressing. If you have, I don't know how far you've gotten into my R playthrough. I guess you commented on the last one, so maybe you've seen all of it, but there's that one map where you get the Nadeshiko enemies coming in. You have 3 different instances of one turn away that you have to clear, otherwise they're getting onto the defense point. If you don't know that you need to be defending there, is hunk and rough. Okay, Daba is just shy of that, so Battler can land, and that's not that great of accuracy. Hold on. No, he's too far away. I just think we just send him into the mountains. Okay, yeah, but this is what I was talking about with like terrain penalties. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has 6 movement. That's still just full move. Like if the mountains are not going to reduce his terrain, what is? We can try and see if Tetsuya just lands this. Sure. Cool. And then Daba can finish that off. I do think I think I'm gonna just have the Jedi in place to get it beginning. If he can't go anywhere relevant, I think it's better to just participate. No, you're fine. Just a certain mission, Chapter 3 has it where there was 2 different enemy faction reinforcements and both spawned either side of me, just above the defend point. Made me sweat. Yeah, I mean that seems stressful, but also like, oh, okay. But like let me sweat like that. I just don't want to get punished like we did from the first one. From the first scenario. Okay, great, cool. That makes sense. So once we cleared out the first 3, then we get to see the rest of the scenario. So it's just another comp tag, but this also seems very farmable with how many garbage enemies there are here. I also do want Callan down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do like that we're theoretically fighting on 3 fronts, that we can get collapsed on by a couple of enemies, and that could potentially lead to some hairy situations. And you do have enough range to get to our guys this turn, so putting Cross there is actually going to matter. This is 6 plus his length is, or his reach is 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know, sorry. His reach isn't 3. His reach is 9. His attack range was 3. Okay. Yeah, that's the diagonal. That will go there. And then we'll just leave Jaguar to farm that. I do think, like, leaving one turn so that you get the ability started, and then just every turn after that only still using one turn until you, like, absolutely need it is probably how you're supposed to play that. Just get used to fighting on 3 fronts is all I will say. Okay, it's sick. I will. Good building cover and a lot of squishies. Yeah. It does seem like we're getting at least one side mission per chapter. Oh no, I guess we're getting one side mission per story mission that's giving us like good farming potential. And the yo-yo, do we have a focus already? No, I keep expecting it to be higher. They keep wanting them to start with better SP. I mean, we'll try it. That's why I put him here. Is that all? And we're gonna... Our accuracy is so bad, but you know, we'll try it. We've got 2 healers now. Yeah. Don't skip the actual combat we need to save this time. We also really get to see the battle chainsaw animation. Lame. It was a 40 hit though. I can't be that grumpy about it. And yeah, just let the Dinosaur take that. That's fine. The Getter's been fine so far, but I would like another like really big tanky boy to toss next to the Dinosaur so they can pair up some support defenses. Like this is working, but I definitely went into this game not looking at anything and expecting the Jet Jaguar to be like massive. I thought it was going to be like large or extra large. It almost has the heated move. It almost has like the vibes of the Pluto style Astro Boy. Pluto was really good. If you've not watched Pluto and you like mechs, Pluto is really fun. It's not this style of mech, mind you, but I was thoroughly impressed the entire time. We've got to deal with all the bosses immediately. That's fine. Yep, this is what we wanted. And we even don't have to heal that. Oh, and then we know we're hitting this, so... for time's sake, I think we can also switch these to attack animations off. Right, because we've got the VCS or the VHS. We've covered ourselves in VHS tapes. Fine, we dodged that one too. Now I feel appropriately compensated for all of those like miserable dodges we were getting before. Okay, so maybe George cleans this one up. Yeah, if we focus, that's a guaranteed hit. And I don't mind him killing all the Shalbades just to just for the ranged options to give him something to do. The fact that we have 71 hit on an enemy with this battleship is pretty astounding. So maybe the Advent is maybe the Advent's going to be the one that kills. I think I would prefer to take... I think I've learned my lesson and we just need to clear more enemies and we will deal with the boss gradually. But which enemy we are going to be clearing is the question. So... Wave Surge here. that's just low enough for one of the other two that we were talking about before to finish that off. So let's do that. Great. Or the two of them combined, I guess. I think I prefer this to go to AI then. I am now just thinking of Astro Boy in a Super Robot Wars game. It would be very funny. Make him like how the giant Robo or Domo, the giant Robo villain, or how Domo and Master Asia were in 64. That's just like, it's just the small him. He's like double extra small. Would be great. Which, given how popular it is in Japan, I'm surprised hasn't happened, especially since how long it took for Giant Robo. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, so... But the Giant Robo being included is, like, slightly technically illegal. The rights to that aren't the rights... I'm pretty sure the rights to that are, like super duper messy. So, like, I think it is technically in the game without, like, full proper permission. And I imagine also, like, because Astro Boy is so popular and it is so beloved, it's probably super expensive to get access to. While this is a good attack, Shin's also not going to be triggering the support attack off of Cross, and we kind of want to save those spaces to get those extra morale farmed. Can we do it on someone who would trigger it? Like... here. That works. Let's do that. Ever thought we were going to see a seed this early into the game? I did not. Okay, let's remind ourselves what seed does now that we actually get to like see it regularly. 15 final hit dodge rates, 50% crit rate, and we're getting 5 SP at the start of own phase. Yeah, that seems really good. I think putting the Saionji stomach medicine here was definitely the right call. Giant Robo was only in one game, so that would make sense. Yeah, it was only in 64. It was only in 64. I believe I don't know the full timeline of this, but the author of it, I can't remember his name right now. He died like right around the time where they were trying to get licensing for it. And the licensing rights were like kind of up in the air, and how it got like divided between his estates was like what made it really messy. And the Banpresto had permission from like the original owners, but not from who the rights went to once it got changed over once he died. It was something like that. But it was not pretty, is the understatement of the century. Okay, and then no one can clean up that kill from somebody else. We could put Cross here. He's like really out of position, and that's a lot of potential attacks he might have to take. Maybe that is not the call. Maybe we just like sit tight a little bit here and let these come in a little bit more. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you know what? We'll let the enemies come in. 1, 2, 3, 4. I say that, but I'm trying to plan around hitting. I'm still trying to plan around hitting them. Yeah, no, this is fine, and then we can just kill him if he takes damage. Oh, it was 64. See, I meant Alpha. I guess it was in 2 games, but Alpha was after 64, so that makes sense how they managed that. But was it in Alpha? I didn't realize it was in Alpha. But yeah, no, it's definitely in 64. I think that's the most recent of the games that I've kind of played. Not in terms of when it was released, in terms of like when I started playing it. You can't get a score attack off of Rain. I don't think anybody can. We can. Alan Beacon Intuition. That's 2840 plus 2690. That's 4,000. Okay, that is lethal. Wild that Allenby is starting doing more than Domon is. Okay. And then Domon Bullseyes. Bullseyes is... I'll push him up even one farther. Yeah, that seems fine. And then now he's in God mode, or in hyper mode. Only Alpha 1, and that only Alpha 1, and that is its last appearance. And Alpha 1 was literally a year after 64, so probably pulled a fast one and used him while they had him. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, and no one went over here. That's fine. Noble Gundam is not going to be replaced by Jet Jaguar. Hopium. I think that the Noble Gundam is... I think that the Great Massacre is going to get replaced before the Noble Gundam is going to. I think. I don't know. Link Intuition. Maybe a little preemptive. Let's figure that one out. We'll figure out what Akira's doing once we figure out what everyone else is doing out here first. We can have the Great Mazinger weaken this 4 show. But these hit rates are miserable. Right, because at least... Yeah, no, Tetsuya's going first. Just because of how awful his hit rates are. Oh, right, no. Jet Jaguar needs to heal the competitor. Can he get onto a space that has terrain? No, literally none of this is terrain. The building is, if we move Daba off of it, does the Combattler do anything from here? No, it doesn't. Does it do anything from here? Yes, it can. That seems fine. Let's try this. And then we get extra terrain here. We still have an unspent action. So we still get to trigger next turn. This is the first game I played where the Great Mazinger feels so underpowered. I think it's the lack of Majin power and Tetsuya's awful hit rate. Yeah, it... I'm used to them having awful hit rates from the early games, but good gracious, does it not do anything? And does that feel so out of character? Okay, so we just have to hope with that hit. That's a lot of damage to hope on, so we can't be that aggressive. So if we just stay in place. Yeah, that seems fine. I just need to remind myself to prioritize getting kills on Sho and Daba, both for the secret, which is probably going to be more assist characters, but also because we want Sho to get to Aura power level 6 quickly, so that we get we can make full use of the hold on. So we can make full use of this custom bonus down here on the bottom. Down here on the bottom left. I say more to remind myself than to remind you. And I guess we may as well power launch. Well, not may as well. Like, we're definitely going to. But I think we power launcher down here because this is a sure hit. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. Have rain repair here. And then we can drill pressure punch, sure. And then Jet Jaguar is still standing there. Oh no, we've not used these down here yet. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine. And we'll just start smashing some more of the Shabba-days, like I said before. And then we can let the disaster kaiju just start taking attacks on enemy phase. I think this is actually really risky with the Getter. That's putting him to half HP. I think we just sit and then leave for like let's support attacks or support defenses handle the rest of that. Yeah, and then Jet Jaguar is the one we haven't used. Obviously not spoiling, but yeah, Daba and Show Secret is very worth an IMO. Up there with Shin's in terms of impact it has. Okay, cool. Beam Hoop is lethal. That seems fine. We need to focus this. And yeah, I do need to get Jet Jaguar some kills, because I do want him. I think he's going to be on the team pretty long term. He seems... He does seem like he also wants investment to begin with. Yeah, so I was thinking about how to like talk about this with the tier list, and also we were talking about, I think, last stream with or no, I think it was 2 streams ago, with like the potential for scaling SP costs for pilots and how that like is more likely to favor earlier pilots. And this is not like a fully formed thought. I'll like definitely talk about this more like over the length of the channel, but also when we get into the tier list itself. But we'll persist that. Trying to think about like what you are investing and how much that actually costs. Because right, like if you invest into one pilot, literally any pilot could make use of that, and how much more are you gaining based on who and based on the unit in which you are investing. And turns out we should have used Bullseye last turn. Because we're getting attacked. We're probably gonna get attacked another time too. No, okay. For whatever reason, sure. But like the Jet Jaguar does feel like it needs investment pretty badly. But like it shouldn't be fully a penalty to get use out of investment, right? Like those resources are there to be used. But how well does it use the resources in which it that are being invested into it? That's still a lot of damage. That's still like a really rough. That's all rough combat statistics, despite having activated Seed. You know, let's use Mari, and then I know I say her name differently literally every time, but I'm never sure how to pronounce the name that is Nari when spelled in the context of Japan. And I'm not going to try and go for the L sound right now. Or no, I'm sorry, that's not true. I am going to try it, but just like my Japanese pronunciation is woefully out of practice. But it's like it's more like something like Mari. I'm very bad at my D sounds. Yep. Yeah, Shin, now that we have the Seed activation, Shin's going to be farming a lot, I think. Okay. Oh, right, he's got HP recovery, so this damage isn't actually staying. Maybe we should not be just trying to chip the Grey Jump. Well, we'll take a look at that in a second. Let's figure out what's happening here with the Rodans first. Okay, that's not bad. So we need, what, 3,800 then for that to be lethal? Maybe we're gonna end up ignoring that and letting that come to us, and we just deal with the Rodans instead. Take more stuff off the board. That 39 hit is looking rough. Let's see if the counter kill. The 10 Raikon is definitely lethal. Okay, so it has to be the 10 Raikon, which is expensive but fine. Doesn't he regen some energy at the start of the turn? He gets more if he's next to the A admin, but I thought something in here gave him energy back. No, I was wrong. Okay. Shin is only held back now by his very subpar mech. I don't even think this thing's that bad. Like, it's got regular sight. The mobility is not the best. The VPS armor is very good. VPS and shield equipment, as we've demonstrated, is very good together. The Excalibur attack is, like, I think pretty reasonable. I don't think the Impulse Gundam is, like, far and away the best unit, but, like, it's not that much worse than, like, the main character. I don't think the main character is, like, winning any awards. It's definitely generic, right? Like, it's not doing anything that feels like it's standing out, but sometimes that works. It's also very weird to me that these units fly and they're kind of, like, sitting on the ground. It's hard for me to tell what terrain they're on. Like, are they in the air or are they on the ground? I'm assuming that they're in the air, because pretty much anytime an enemy has an A parameter in the air, that means that they are going to be in the air. I think Shin might just be the one that's cursed. Man. Okay, but we don't need the support attack off the main character for that. Does Conchibity... Okay, so maybe support attacks off the main character are not going to matter now. That's okay with me. Okay, that is true. It is definitely an energy hub, but, like, so far half of our options have been, like, superbly energy hoggy, so... Don't get me started on not being able to tell what square a unit is occupying. I could rant for an hour. Oh no, yeah. I mean, like, you've seen me do this so many times in a playthrough, because I'm, like, just trying to, like... I'm trying to, like owl-style rotate my head around to figure out what position we're in. Sho still feels like he's in need of some more accuracy. I guess just the Rodans are really hard to hit. I think we, like... Oh no, we didn't burn the intuition on Tetsuya Master. Yeah, this, like, 2.5D perspective is not my favorite. I definitely like when it's, the, like, straight up and down. Or also just being able to, like, put a grid on would be beneficial, too. Let's... He can't even clear this. That's a shame. He probably come with Thunderbreak. Yeah. I don't even know how I want to open this turn. Okay. Alan B is probably our least relevant pilot, so... Can we give her something relevant to do? She doesn't have enough SP to do anything incredibly relevant. We could move the battleship over here, and then have Alan B stand at this space, take down this Rodan. Yeah. That's 64 going up to 79. Beam Ribbon is not post-movement. That's 50... Oh, because it's just too far away then. We're losing too much more... We're losing... Nope, definitely not that. We're losing too much of our utility by being far away in terms of tiles. Okay. We're just, like, trying to get... We could excel it and, like, really get it up closer. You know what? Hold on. Let's do that. Oh, it even has Excel from Anina. Even better. We don't get to use the Bless, which is a shame, but... is this full move here? Yes, this is full move. Let's do that. Blame the VTX game. I believe the PS2 uses a Flat 2 system, and I way prefer that. Okay, that's definitely encouraged me to play the PS2 ones more. I like the old ones, and I feel even more... Everything I learned continues to make me feel more and more justified by that decision. We are 2,800 short. How much was Tetsuya doing? That's more than 2,800, so maybe not that. Okay, let's get Doman out of here and see if he can just one-shot something. He can't just one-shot something. But let's Bullseye and have him start in on one of these ones that has lower HP. Yeah, we just gotta start moving. Then actually, then Allenby can be here, and this hit rate is still atrocious. Okay. I think we are going to risk that with one of these at some point, but just not quite yet. Nope, we want assist. And then Sho can take one of these out, take both of these out even. Okay. We don't need that tile anymore. This attack sequence is good. Sure, it's just... Okay. Oh yeah, one of these needs to go... Actually, here, can this one go to the Jet Jaguar? Not well. That accuracy is definitely a stinker. So we can go next to the battleship to tighten that up, and then we can use the persist, and that'll be a big jump. We just need someone who doesn't have like a lot of relevant things to do to take out that like 3 HP one over at the top. Okay. Then, yeah, I still think Lance of Agarius here, 43 up to 73, sorry, 2, that was a 2, up to 72 plus another 15 is 82, 87. That's a pretty comfy hit rate. Combattler can weaken this Rodan. We'll focus first. And yeah, we'll soften this one up, and then Sho can clear... Oh, we even have the Hypora Slash now? Okay, we're losing a lot of accuracy by moving away from the battleship, so we'll stay in close proximity. We'll show off the Hypora Slash at some point, but it's a waste now. And that's 57. We need not assist, spirits, focus. That's 87 now. Great. Rain's gonna heal him. I do think we're probably gonna end up using both of the Jet Jaguar's turns. It does seem like he's really costly on energy too. But I can't give praise to the Jet Jaguar and go, he's costly on energy, and then go, Shin's bad because he's also costly on energy. Like, that is a little inconsistent. That's not bad. We could also guarantee it with Allenby if we use Mari again. She's also definitely getting some use. And like, yeah, unsurprisingly, like plus 20 SP is very good. Okay, how safe is Chippity on any of these attacks? 64 is not that good. Can you reach anything from here? Oh, you can. Yeah, that 91 is looking a lot hotter. And do we have enough? No, we do not have enough left for any of our good spirits. Okay, I think we go here and then, yeah. We probably should have done that in the opposite order. Let Chibbity weaken and then let Akira take that, seeing as we kind of... I keep thinking I want to use him and then, like, not taking actions as if I'm going to use him. And oh yeah, we did kill the thing that Albi was going to attack, but that's okay. Right, we're not close enough to use the beam ribbon, so it's gonna have to be like burning things over hula hoop. Trosh. I guess we try the Vulcans because there's no counterattack. It's a coin flip. Well, great. And I mean, I guess we don't have to use the Jet Jaguar for the turn. We can intuition, but then what are we going to do on enemy phase? That does not seem very good. What's our stats look like here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we'll take the building. Okay. That's definitely still a downside here. This needs more dodge pretty badly. I guess we could just let it kill this Rodan. No, I kind of want the Jet Jaguar to get that kill also. So I think let's go park on top of this building, and we can co-Ryudon. Let's co-Ryudon, sure. George then can stay in not the park. Oh, okay. That was definitely me. That was definitely my mistake that time. I can't blame the game. 1, 2, 3. Callan can kill here, and then with a cheer come back over and start doing something over on this side. I think that seems good. Yeah, I think I need to like plan around at the rate we're going, playing just basically 2 scenarios per stream, and just allowing myself to take a little bit more time on each of them, so that we don't have this awkward like trifecta of going over but like not wanting to go under. I think we're gonna bullseye. I suspect they're probably gonna get attacked a couple more times, and if we can try and get another kill on them, that would be good. Yeah, let's do this. Then because if Callan takes the damage, she can still heal that. Getter Boys can finish this off if we want to. Dynazenon. Actually, no, we'll weaken here. And then we've got 2 enemies on enemy phase that can kill, that we can counter kill. We have 3. That is just putting them at a dire HP, but I think we'll be fine. And there's 1 turn we didn't use, which is the Jet Jaguars. Okay. I have to check that every time. It's going to be weird. Yeah, that's fine. I said I wanted the Jet Jaguar to kill it, but we could maybe feed some of the Glooms to him. Yes, this is what we were expecting. Okay. And oh, because that kills us if we don't. Okay. Yeah, we defend there. And we don't have assist wings. That's fine. Yeah, we don't. Well, the Getter might be going down, but that's okay. I don't think it's a game over condition. Sure. That is all right. And then we just take that hit. Yeah. Sure. Then we'll have to get George out of there. But we intentionally drew that that Galb or whatever it's called in. Yeah, we're down on energy now, but that is okay. If we could get a consistent way to restore energy. If we had an energy restore that wasn't the battleship, that would be stellar. Getting Excel on him does not feel like that much of a get. Okie dokie. Let's deal with this first because it's more dire down here. You have a propellant tank now and not the repair kit. We do have bigger, which is going to help. Depending on how much we can kill over here, no, we can't get another cheer off this stage. We can get something. We can at least get another two costing one off. So I think both of these die to enemy phase. Let's just allow that to happen and start setting on the Grey Zone. Nope. Like that. Also, speaking of like being off center, the being able to like misclick and potentially just like ruin your entire turn is so harsh. And we're gonna persist both of these, and then we can counter. We can persist if he attacks the Gurren also. The fact that this energy is exactly 50 means that we can't use this attack next turn if we have to block with our defense, but that's okay. The nuclear option, if you want to make progress on stream, could be only doing main missions and side missions off stream, but it does seem a lot of the game's content is the side missions. Yeah, right, like that's where I feel weird about what I actually can like do to present this game in a way that like people want to see. Because definitely some of like the coolest, most interesting stuff, or like getting characters people care about, is definitely happening during side content. And I feel like because there's also so many side missions, if I did all of the side missions on my own, like we could come back to stream and the entire team would be like completely different, and that feels also bad. We can melee and then focus here. Yeah, great. Yeah, it's definitely a thought. I appreciate you suggesting it. I'm gonna keep thinking about it, because like I was jokingly saying, oh, getting persist on him is good too. I was jokingly saying that we've got plenty of time before the next game comes out, but at the rate we're going, we might not. Like it was a 3-year gap between 30 and this game, but like at the rate we're going, we're gonna be here a while. I think things are gonna speed up some once we get a little bit further in, and I think Control Room Guy, you mentioned that generics stop being a problem so much once you get to chapter 3, just because you're gonna have like a more invested team. So like that will speed things up a lot, where I don't have to plan around dying to just regular generics. I also suspect that some of the side missions are going to be more like story beats, character beats, and giving us parts more than they're going to be giving us characters on later ones too. So maybe we will also find that like later side missions, it will be relevant for me to. It will not be relevant for me to play those on stream, but we keep getting characters, so it's like hard to. It just feels bad to do that off stream, I think. I'm pro this. We also get to see this. Oh no, we're not going to see the text. I have the demo. That's fine. Does that have accuracy down? I don't think I realized. Okay, I've definitely been underrating the main character. They definitely made that main character a lot better than I thought he was. Having accuracy down on your best attack is really good. We need to do something about that. We can persist it. I do think I'm going to try and give this to Daba. Yeah. Domon can get in here. People's flexibility. Oh, he can just kill this too. I don't want him to. People's flexibility in terms of movement in this game is also like really does inspire hope in me that you can get these turn counts down a lot lower. I wonder how freeing it would feel if I did try to play on hard. I still don't think that's the like choice for on stream. I think I want to be snooty about it and be able to say I did it on expert, but I guess taking this damage doesn't matter because we're not going to really see combat much. Let's make sure we don't have any other spirits that could do anything here. So, do we have a cheer on somebody? Oh, okay. You can press square to see if they have the ability to cast it, and you also see what unit it's in. We can't. That feels like something that they could put on screen at all times for all of them, but that's okay. Okay. So, no extra XP for us. That's okay. It's slightly more about getting kill counts. Aqua module. I'm assuming it's probably going to give us an water, if I had to guess. While we're mushing forward, just as a reminder before we go fully offline, though I got to be better about this too. So I'm saying it out loud now to remind myself to do it at a better timing next time, is mentioning when we're going to be streaming next. But I am next going to be streaming this Thursday. I think if I can remember to do it, I will just put like on or off in my page description for which week we are in terms of the cycle. So we're not going to be streaming this Friday, but then next Friday we will. But our next stream will be on Thursday. But it'd be helpful if I did that at like peak time when more people are here. And yep, that's what we were expecting. This one did not take that much time. This scenario did not. I could have definitely played this a little bit faster. But how did we get up to 3 assists again? That's interesting. This game and 30 are definitely the anti-stream game, well compared to Super. Yeah, I am learning this. I am learning this to be the case, but that's okay. This seems fine. If that's, I think it's just our last. Yeah, it's only 9 minutes left. Oh, okay. Never mind. That propellant tank is so much worse than I thought. The propellant tank is definitely going to come off of him. It's only 60 energy. I thought it was a full restore. That's how propellant tanks used to be. So I guess for not reading. Can you tell that I'm a card game player? Literally every card, like, the joke about literally every group of card game players is that they don't read, and that remains to be true. You just read part of it and you go, I like the parts that I read, so I'm not going to bother reading the rest of it. I'm sure the rest of it will do what I want it to do. Let's give this to show then. Just to pad those numbers out. Alright, Callan can't move because we've used all of her energy. She's flying. That puts that to lethal range for show. We don't die because we have flash. Alright, now we can farm up with this. Who's the most spent in terms of resources over here? Chivity's pretty spent. Oh, Domon. It's a better choice on Domon. Yeah, I guess maybe that's what we're gonna. Maybe that's what my plan for next time is to be. I like having a goal to think about every time I'm streaming or every time I'm playing, and maybe the next one is going to be making sure we're getting good use out of the Advent every turn, and especially with those resupplies to try and farm our XP more, and not worry about the accuracy buffs as much, and try to get the XP to like. We'll phone in a turn or two. These up the next scenarios to get a bigger command level. I guess healing. No, I think healing the Combattler for full is still more relevant. Though we can get to Domon, that'd be better. Yeah, because he's enough that we can heal him full, or we will use all of our healing. Okay. That's everybody there. We can still use an assist. For sure, for show. I see what you did there. Yeah, for faux show. We could... I don't think anybody that has any of the, like, giftable spirits is a main character. No, none of those are... She's not... none of the rest of these... Yeah. So... Cal... The extra morale is probably pretty decent. We're handling a lot of our defensive situations with morale. And sure. I'm more likely to use Mari in the middle of a turn, so giving it to someone who is not giving it to someone who is less likely to get the EXP at other times seems the best choice. We're gonna see the Hyper Aura Slash now. This is a good cleanup. Ever finding difficult spirits seems like the 2 extra steps that there used to be. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I realize I read that wrong, but y'all know what I meant. Yo, that's cool. I mean, yeah, we definitely got the dynamic animation, the dynamic kill animation. Oh, another morale plus defense. That's good. We are definitely needed that. Hopefully we'll see at least another kaiju next time. Let's skip this. Cool. We do still want to do intermission. I super de-duper do not want to lose the context of what we learned this time. I regretted that last time. Aqua Module and Support AI Naratake we'll need to look at. And I should, if we're going to do that, go in and get this from Talksto. I do see a gold star rated skill part. Whoa! Whoa! 5? That's wild. We don't even have to like unspend something this time. So let's go to mech upgrades, just because we're probably gonna burst into the Jet Jaguar. Support AI is the really good one. Hold on. Well, yeah, I'll look. I don't remember where I said support from that one, so I'll have to parse that once we get to look at the parts. Okay, so we're not getting full upgrades yet. This is costly, but that's okay. I think we're just going to do mobility and sight because it is more dodge based, and then put the most of the way upgrade into energy, and we'll get it to level 5. We'll get everything to level 5 first, and we'll worry about where we want to put the rest of the points. Yeah, I think this is our call. I like less the reduction. The item was called Support AI Naratake. I just remembered Naratake because I was thinking about how bad my Japanese pronunciation was. I do dislike less now when we have games that discourage you from like trying to pick and choose where your upgrades are going to go, and it's just like better to like fully jam supports in or upgrades into just like one unit and just like max them out, because the rewards you get at the end of it are so overwhelmingly better than a couple of like small stat upgrades. So The water seems really good on literally anybody that we are using, just because like everyone's got a pretty low water score. We could put the L game's never not going to be flying though, so I think it's a waste to put it on anyone who's flying, kind of. But like, these two are never going to go in the water. Though maybe instead of that, I should be thinking about this gives them the ability to have that defensive quality of going in the water. So we should be putting that on someone who's already defensive. So maybe we switch out the propellant tank because that really didn't do very much, and put it on the Dynazenon. Because it's not like, largely speaking, it is multiplicative with already present defenses. Like, increasing the defenses of something that is low HP is not actually probably going to be saving us an attack, and we're kind of keeping them out of combat to begin with. I am, if you can't tell, I'm actively trying to talk myself into it. So let's switch this to the Aqua module. And then we have the propellant tank to put on the Jet Jaguar, seeing as 60 actually makes a difference for his attacks. All right, support AI Naratake. Equipped unit always dodges attacks with a hit rate of 20% or less. Oh, this was the part that you had mentioned, Control Room Guy, at the beginning of this scenario. Okay, yes, this seems real busted. I think we just put it on the Jet Jaguar to start because, like, it feels like we're supposed to. I'm assuming this is probably the AI upon which this robot runs in the series. Okay, so I was sort of holding these because there were so many of them. Or we didn't have many of them, but now that we have 5 of them to spare, I think we're gonna start handing these out. Do we, or should we just, maybe we still just wait? Maybe it's still safer to wait. We're gonna put it on Galma because we know he's going to get it. Like, there's no world where he's not going to pay. And then we can save the rest of them now that we have some to spare. Yeah, and then we should figure out some whoever else wants the morale defense program. That also feels the most relevant. That should, hold on, does morale defense barrier special damage, dodging, avoiding damage with a barrier, special armor, or special evasion? I think they've already updated this text because I'm pretty sure it originally, I don't think it originally had that much clarification. I don't remember reading special armor or special evasion before. Does he need morale? I guess he really doesn't need morale though. No, he's more chip because of like applying analysis. So how badly does Daba need it? Probably not very either. I guess we can just like really start charging up Sho then, right? Because but he also gains morale a lot faster. Does that feel like a waste? It's not exactly diminishing returns because it's not like asymptotal scaling. Like it is very this scaling is linear. So more morale on any pilot is going to make them still just that many points better, but it is more wasteful if we're giving them so much that they are capping before the end of the scenario. Can we give it to Callan? She also doesn't really need it though. I feel like giving it to someone who's in need of reaching morale caps is good. That said, we could just give it to Galma again, and we could like while he is reaching the thresholds for Great Conflagration, we could just get to them faster, and he is also going to keep scaling up the more morale he has. I think let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. And then everything else we're kind of saving until we can get a couple more instances of them. And oh no, we got to assist. The Otaki Factory restores 40 energy to all allies. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So let's take IT off and put the Otaki factory on. Happy to see it isn't just me who endlessly worries about this. Assigning skills feel so heavy. Yeah, it really does, because we're so used to this game not requiring us to make full commitments. Like, anything you're putting on someone, we've always been able to unequip before. Well, not always, right? Like, VTX also had you spending it. But the cost just seems steeper because we have, like, you have to spend multiple instances of them rather than just having one of them be enough to upgrade a level. Let's also check out what red is going to do for us. I know that we're not permanently taking Mario off, but I just want to see what the red support bonus is, or synergy effect is. Main pilots and sub-pilots of allied units gain 3 morale on sortie. Okay. I mean, there's so many ways we get to stack morale. So here's the deal. We can't have Mari on and also get red and green max, because we only get 6 slots right now, so we have to lose one of these. Main pilots and sub-pilots of allied units get 3 morale on sortie. I like 3 morale on sortie is way better than starting with 2 more max morale. Like, that doesn't matter that much. So Ropit's so close to leveling up, though. Because I'd rather. This is a good problem. This is a good and interesting decision, right? We want to have the green ability, or we want to have the red synergy, but Kiao is probably one of our best passives right now. Cookie is one of our best actives, and Ropit's so close to being upgraded that I kind of don't want to take him off of it. So I guess let's just take Chisei off, not have the red upgrade for a minute, and no, we're gonna take Ren off and put Mari back on, just because we're not using Ren really at all, and then just lose the red for a minute until we see what's happening with Ropit. It's so odd to me, also. Why did they feel the need to do this? Look at all these character portraits. Look at Mari in the box, and look at her actual, like, animation. She's smiling here. She is neutral or sad here. Kiao, he's neutral or sad here, smiling here. Ren, neutral or sad here, smiling here. Why did they do that for all of these characters, except for IT, who is, like, strict enough to, I would assume, not actually probably have a smile animation. Otaki, the Otaki factory, whose happy animation is having more people with them, and Ropit, who is a robot, so doesn't have, like, affectation in that way. What a strange choice, and, like, also something that only I would notice. Okay, let's unequip this, and we get something else now. Crit, no. 50%, or 50% damage would be nuts. No, 50 power is whatever, is fine. This is, operational time up is probably good. That's probably one of our better choices. Yeah, I think we're gonna choose this for now, knowing that we could, like, slot over here for better options later. As they rank up, the portraits also change. Oh, got it. That's why. Okay. Yeah, because, like, we want to be hitting some of these ones soon, but yeah, I think we'll do this one for now. Okay, I believe that is everything. So let's save. Make sure I don't bungle that. Then we'll talk about next time real quick. So, if you did not catch the beginning of this stream, we played A Witch, a Bride, and Angel, got through the first half of it, and then died at the very end of it. I will do that part off stream. We will open next stream with looking at the second half of the scenario. And then I will try to plan around probably doing one other scenario, just taking a little bit more of my time. And then as we are playing through side scenarios, I'm going to try and keep doing them on stream as long as we're getting characters out of them, or it seems like we can get characters out of them. If we start finding that they are more just sort of like padding, I can do those on stream then too. But one of the things I wanted to do today that we didn't get to do, but that's fine, was I think I'm going to show off the DLC missions on stream and just probably not use the characters or use the items we get out of it. And we can just equip the parts on the DLC characters themselves so we don't like mistake who's getting them. But that feels like something that you might want to see, especially if you bought the game and didn't buy the DLC. This could be like a good way to experience the DLC without having to spend money on it. But I think that's going to wrap things up for me for the evening. We've gone an hour over again. I suspect that's probably going to be a little bit par for the course for us here. I get really into these games, and there's so much to like sit and think and talk about. Especially if we get some more people in here. If we get like a big old conversation going, I'm not going to cut that short. With me being ahead, I could warn you if a mission gives nothing, like with the Dino ones. If you want, actually, yeah, that would be really appreciated. Control room guide, that would exactly be helpful. So yeah, if you want to warn me, that's like, no, this is just a padding thing, then we can skip that one on stream. Yeah, no, unless I wanted to, I greatly appreciate your concern over not spoiling things. But yeah, if we're looking at a side mission and I go, this seems good, and you're just like, nah, we don't get anything, that will be enough of information. I can do that one. I can do that one some other time. Yeah. So I think this is also the first week. Yeah, I brought this up at the top of the stream. This will be the first week we are going into that I won't have a regular video release. Or yeah, like a pre-recorded video release. I don't know how long that is going to last for. I'm still working on some more projects that will be relevant for the channel shortly. So expect to still see some non-streaming stuff for me. But as I'm trying to settle into this schedule, I got to figure out like a workflow of streaming, taking paper notes, and then also producing some non-stream content. But we'll iron that out as we're going. But this is feeling good so far. I am pleased with how things are going. I'm absolutely delighted by the reception. I did not expect for people to care as much as they have. I say that every time, but I'm still so baffled by it. It's so surprising to me. I'm hoping to keep the pace going. I would like to be doing a little bit better on stream, but like I said, I think that's going to be the difference of like having played the game once versus like being able to go through a second time. But we'll work it out. Thank you everyone for being here. I think we'll wrap it up for now. I could start babbling, but that's not going to do us any good. We're already an hour over, so we'll call it, and I will catch you all on Thursday again at 4 p.m. EST. But for now, good evening, enjoy the rest of your midweek, and I will see you back here for some robot action as we approach the weekend. Oh, Multiverse Django Fett. Did you Walkure? 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 Based on the fact that I don't know what that is or I can't spell it, no. Not yet. He's on the G Witch main mission. Yeah. If you've just joined us here, this is my mission roster. I play slowly. I'm just getting used to streaming, so things are especially slow. Is it a unit or is it an assist pilot? So much for ending a meet right away, but are they a robot you'd like to see me use? I'm also not opposed to being bribed or being like dared into things. Like I will happily conform my team to what people want to watch. Yeah, so what's the word? Is Walkure a unit or a pilot or an assist? I don't remember what the name of the assist was, but I know people on Reddit were like really jazzed over an assist who was giving them some extra funds. You know, okay, we'll worry about next time. Worry about next time. But if I'm on, it'll show up. It will show up soon. So yeah, we'll call it here. I will sign off for the night, and I will. Oh no, Valkyrie is Macross side. Oh, okay, cool. Good. Yeah, no, we've not seen any Macross. We've not seen any Macross stuff yet. But yeah, this is where I will leave you for the evening. Enjoy the rest of your week, and I will see you here on Thursday at 4 p.m. if you'd like to join me. Take care, everyone.